Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plusttvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello, it's Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events that made the news recently. And just in case you missed out on some of them, don't worry, we've got you covered in this edition. Welcome, I am Jacinta Obiuko. We are starting off on this update report from the unfortunate fire explosion that happened at the Akbongbo Bridge. This report said repair work on the damaged bridge is yet to commence after weeks the incident happened. Recall that the Director of Bridge and Design with the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing had said that the bridge was badly damaged, and as a result, the duration for the repair cannot be ascertained, and it is likely not to be soon. Our correspondent, Paul Judge, compiled this report.
At the point of the fire incident, the makeshift shops made from containers have been cleared out, according to the government's directive. However, some traders hang around under the bridge displaying their scanty wares, while some look on.
We have heard how some markets affected by the fire were compensated. The market is burnt already, and we don't have money to rent another shop elsewhere. We still want to maintain these customers we have here. If we are chased away from here, there will be no hope for us again. I lost about 5 million naira in the fire.
all my market done burn. Almost to something million. Nobody since that time the year for government make you know whether you go figure us anything. Like now, we don't get where to stay. Even though you see money to buy market now, nowhere to stay to sell anything.
There is no any manage except my colleagues that are inside markets. When customers say they need something, I will go and meet them, beg them they should give me. When they give me, I will return their money back to them. We don't know where we stand for now. They should please, we are pleading. They should help us.
Toke Dosumu is the market leader in charge of the section gutted by fire. She appeals to the government for an urgent support for the traders who lost all their life investment in the inferno.
No matter anybody to buy loan.
Whoever gets a loan from the bank should go to the police station to lay a complaint and get a report. They should also go to the fire service office to get a report, put them together and take them to the bank they are indebted to. Some of the victims lost 60 million, some 40 million. We have vacated government's property immediately and the place cleared. But I would like to appeal to the government to have mercy on us and help us.
While it is not clear when the damaged bridge will be repaired, there are fears it is not abandoned like some others, as it is one of the major links into other towns in the state. Paul George, Plus TV News.
On disruptive technology, which is the technology that affects the normal operation of a market or an industry. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, while speaking with newsmen shortly after the unveiling of a new news platform in Lagos, said this kind of technology is an innovative tool for advancement, as it enables humans of all races, ages, creeds, or religions to do things differently and in a superior way. Plus TV correspondent Lovi Kukoyedokun was there and now reports.
Technology for centuries has excited human imaginations. It has also prompted fears about its effects. It has continued to provoke a broad spectrum of hopes and fears. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, represented by his executive assistant on public relations, Olusegun Fafore, at the event says disruptive technology is the way to go. He disclosed that efforts of his government at maximizing the full benefits inherent in the new trend are visible in his massive investment in technology across the state.
It's a major focus area, right? And the state, the governor is committed to that. You see fiber optics being laid across the state for internet to be connected to hospitals and schools, because the pathway to technology, to activation of the full benefit of technology, is when you have access to the internet. It connects you to the other parts of the world. You'll be able to interact and draw ideas from the different parts of the globe. So Mr. Governor is committed to technological advancement, is somebody who is passionate about innovation and is making huge investments in that area. And you will know, across, you go to Yaba, you have some hubs, all these innovation hubs, where you find people learning coding and doing all sorts of things in the area of technology. The initiative of Mr. Governor, and he's doing everything best possible to drive all that.
Themed Technology as Enabler for Living and Winning in a Disruptive World, public relations practitioners stress the need to go beyond the creative industries and get into massive communications that are disruptive and memorable.
All that kind of technology is disruptive, but it's the future. So Chain Reactions wants to be part of driving that. And it's also the future of the economy as technology. I mean, look at all these younger entrepreneurs that are coming up. In the end, technology is making it more accessible for entrepreneurs to grow, and that's good for the economy.
Everything you see in a society, whether it is people disobeying a traffic law or it is people buying a particular product, it is all a product of culture or an emerging trend. Sports enthusiasts, rushed onto the field at the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abuja and started destroying their own property. So it simply means someone in government needs help.
Panelists at the forum were unanimous in their presentations, agreeing that disruptive technology is the future of any economy. From Lagos, Lav Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
On empowerment, Chairman House Committee on Defense, Honorable Babajimi Johnson, has advocated equipping the youths with productive skills acquisition. This will not only empower them for economic advantage, but also help curb insecurity in the nation. He made this known during the third personnel ceremony of Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center's Skill Acquisition Training for Youth Course 2022. PlusTvAfrica's defense correspondent, Destiny Momo, has more.
A skillful person is an empowered person, whether as an employee or a self-employed person. Perhaps this was the motivation for these selected youth in Lagos State as they came in their numbers to be trained in various skills for 2 weeks. It was at the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center, Roshodi, in conjunction with Eye Care Foundation Initiative. Speakers at the event harped on the relevance of acquiring skills in a bid to curb insecurity in our nation.
It is also our great pleasure to say learning in a military environment is an opportunity for us to reshape our orientation about the military personnel. The military personnel have been accommodating, disciplined. With this experience of all the participants, we are all proud and buoyant to preach the good gospel of NAFRIC and Nigerian Armed Forces everywhere.
There's a nexus between insecurity and lack of hope or lack of development opportunities. So we're trying to bridge that gap. We're trying to retrain our youths so that they have requisite skills so that they can become employers of labor tomorrow. So the more we empower our youth, the more the insecurity index will go down.
Some beneficiaries took advantage of the ASU strike to participate in this noble venture. The best graduating trainees expressed their satisfaction at the initiative.
I'm presently still a student of the University of Lagos, but then the Nigeria of today doesn't allow you just bank on your certificate alone. You have to have a skill. Then I felt during the strike, I feel like I could make use of the opportunity. And when this opportunity came, I felt, okay, let me take it. And here we are today.
I must confess, this is a privilege and an opportunity for me to be part of this Eye Care Foundation, and I pray for the finger behind this avenue, never to regret any action he's taken in his life, and I pray it will not end like a cloud.
The 135 beneficiaries were taken through modules like paint making, photography, baking, car spraying, agriculture, soap making, and others. Destiny Mama, Plus TV News.
18 months after the suspension of toll fee at the Lekki Tollgate Plaza in the wake of the shootings of October 20, 2020, when the youth who were calling for fundamental changes by the federal government were protesting under the NSAS campaign movement, many Nigerians are still unhappy about the announcement of the resumption of the toll fee, as the managing director of the Lekki Concession Company announced the resumption of Lekki Ikoyi Link Bridge toll collection. Take a listen.
There was tension at Lekki as residents and motorists were apprehensive when they woke up to see a heavy presence of security men of the Nigerian Police Force, armed with live ammunition around Admiralty Way roundabout at Lekki Link Bridge in the early hours of Friday, April 1st. Flyers with the date of resumption of the electronic Lekki toll fee were being distributed. The Lekki Concession Company's staff and its managing director, Yomi Omomwason, refused to speak to PlusTvAfrica on camera, but confirmed the reopening and the toll collection off camera. When PlusTvAfrica set up its camera to film, the MD, Omomwason, questioned us and warned PlusTvAfrica reporter and some online media organizations not to film, that the toll area belongs to LCC. Apparently, the police were taking orders from him while he supervised them. They grabbed our camera, twisted the head, and damaged it.
They're trying to stop our cameras from filming, take the camera off. They're trying to take the camera. They're destroying the cameras right now, yeah?
Hello. Mr. Man, stop dragging my camera. If you spoil it, you will buy it. See, if you spoil my camera, I will change it for you. Why you dragging my camera? What's the stress?
Let the buy MD. So money won't relate.
Is that why you are holding my camera in here? Yes, are you okay at all?
He said we should go.
We spoke with this MD and he gave us go ahead. The MD gave us go ahead and we are telling you that MD gave us go ahead.
Commuters expressed their grievances over the resumption of tolling.
They want to use our money to campaign again.
So they want to start another payment for the toll. See the problem again. They want us to vote for APC, another problem again. So if we are starting paying money again now, for what purpose? Are they going to kill us?
Nigeria is too hard. Things are too hard.
We have been using it ever since now. So, and I believe it's working as well for us. But the only thing is that they will try to control the traffic. They maybe try and reduce the price as well.
May they not try that more. We go scatter Lagos. We go scatter Lagos.
It's still unthinkable, you know. I don't know.
Nigerians are agitated as they wait to see how this development ends. Paul, George, Plus TV News.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, this concerns the incessant building collapse in the country. A strict enforcement of the building code by developers is the panacea to the unabated menace of building collapse in the country. This was the position of the chairman of the Nigeria Institute of Architects, Lagos chapter, David Majekodunmi, while briefing newsmen ahead of the 13th edition of the Lagos Architects Forum. Justin Akadonye has more.
The 2022 Lagos Architect Forum is themed The City of Lagos, What is Lagos? It seeks to bring stakeholders to dialogue on where Lagos has been, where it is now, and the expectations for tomorrow. However, pressing issues affecting the building and construction sector in Lagos are brought to the fore.
If the professionals in the building industry have gathered together to do what is best practice globally, to come up with a national building code, I don't want to go that route to tell you how many years this, or the first draft, or the first edition, or the third edition, or the fourth edition has been made. Now, part of the law is still part of the advocacy, so that we create that awareness between the people, the public, the government, the legislative body, so as to fasten up, making the enabling law.
The architects speak on plans to reach the hinterlands as well as other emerging issues, including the development of the waterfronts in Lagos.
And we sat with the leaders in Makoko and trying to make them understand why the waterfront development is the next big thing for Lagos. We actually went into the Makoko area like that, to educate and to inform them that we hear your cries and we can see how you are living.
So if you want to have a strong built environment, you should be able to work together actively, passively, and in every way with your fellow professionals in the built industry.
The forum brings together experts, thought leaders, leading professionals from Lagos and around the world to discuss on issues and trends as well as encourage networking among participants. Justin Akadonye, PlusTV News, Lagos.
Still speaking of building collapse, following the scores of building collapse in Nigeria and as part in building, Professor Kunle Adewahab has pointed out that the sector of the economy is marred with unprofessional practices and regulatory compromise. In an exclusive interview with PlusTV News, Professor Wahab touched on the housing deficit in Nigeria.
All over the world, building collapse is not new. However, human factors such as negligence, flouting of building codes, use of defective or substandard materials, incompetence and corruption are said to be responsible for the damage. For instance, in Lagos, the city is often referred to as construction site, given the volume of building projects progressively taking place at various sites across the megacity. Professor Kunle Wahab is a professor in building. He spoke on the incessant building collapse.
It's not all the buildings that collapse that ought to have collapsed. There are some stresses, things that you can see deficient in building that can be corrected while the building is still going on. But these days, for what I can call irregularities, people who don't want to fulfill all the righteousness in construction, they may be doing something prematurely. And the people who are supposed to supervise, they are not forthcoming. Or, I want to use the word that people have paid for non-coming, but they still sign that they come and seen it and it's okay.
Chapter 59, Section 74 of the Urban and Regional Planning and Development Law of Lagos State 2010, which was signed by the former governor, Mr. Raji Fashola, although now amended, states that in the event of the collapse of any property or structure due to negligence on the part of the owner or the developer, such property shall be forfeited to the state government after due investigation or publication in the State Official Gazette. But to today, nobody has been prosecuted for building collapse or the building sites taken over by the government in accordance with the established position of law.
Designers of buildings and those who are like contractors are executing the building have to be competent people that not only knows what goes into the structure, but where you can avoid, adopting cutting corners.
Professor Wahab also hinted on the issues of spaces in structures and urged government to go beyond paperwork.
Not every house should have shops and of different characters in front of their, buildings, because they will add, whether we like it or not, to the overloading of building itself.
The Building Control Agency is required to conduct periodic inspection of building developments within the state to identify defective and distressed structures and has the power to demolish buildings that do not conform with the regulations and planning permits.
On economic sabotage, in a bid to checkmate the excesses of oil thieves and oil bunkers, as well as ensure that critical national assets in the state are safe from economic saboteurs, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Rivers State Command has arrested 14 suspects for unlawful dealings in petroleum products.
The state commandant, Abu Tambuwa, said the arrests were premised on the renewed vigor and strategic effort put in place by the command to combat the menace of oil theft, illegal refineries, oil bunkering, and illegal dealings in petroleum products in Rivers State.
This arrest was made possible as a result of the marching order given by the commandant of the River State Command, Commandant Abu Tambuwa, who has reiterated in his assumption of office that the war against illegal bunkering in River State is non-negotiable.
While reaffirming the command's continued synergy with relevant sister agencies, the commandant issued a stern warning to economic saboteurs in the state, stating that they either engage themselves in legal ventures or risk facing the full wrath of the law.
I'd like to hint to the general public and the gentlemen of the press that all these suspects will definitely be charged to court at the expiration of a thorough investigation. I want to use this opportunity to call on the good people of River State to collaborate with the NSCDC River State Command by giving us credible intelligence, because safeguarding critical national assets and infrastructure is a collective responsibility. Let me also finally issue a stern warning to economic saboteurs in the state. I advise you to engage yourself in legal ventures, legal businesses, or you risk facing the full wrath of the law.
Commandant Abu Tambuwa urged residents to cooperate with the command by supplying adequate information that will assist the civil defense in achieving its core mandate in the Niger Delta region.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Report, children are natural scientists, and all they need is for their parents to encourage them in order to realize their full potentials. This was the summation of the Senior Special Assistant to Governor Sanwo-Olu on Education, Adetola Salau, at UCMAS Arithmetics Competition Briefing.
Arithmetics is one of the subjects dreaded by most pupils in Nigeria. It is perceived as one of the toughest subjects. This is so given much myth and fears attached to the subject. Universal Concept Mental Arithmetic System, UCMAS, may be here to the rescue.
Arithmetic is just addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. All these forms the bedrock of every mathematical function. It has dependence, mathematics has dependence on every other subject as well. Even if you want to read English language at a university, at the end of it, mathematics is required at some point in it.
UCMAS has smartly turned pupils into lovers of arithmetic.
Single digits, 10 rows, decimal. Ready? 0.6, 0.2, minus 0.3, 0.1, minus 0.5, 0.9, 0.7, minus 0.8, 0.4, 0.8, that is 2.1.
These children aged 6 to 10 years display their exceptional arithmetic skills by computing faster than a computer or a calculator. They solve complex calculations effortlessly within seconds, to the admiration of the audience.
16, 75 minus 15, 26 plus 77, that is
179.
Correct.
Stephen Ofori holds strongly that if the trend continues, the future stands guaranteed for the children.
What we try to do is that we try to merge all the concepts and abilities that children can be able to find comfortable with. Then we have that concept being trained by professionals to be able to get that concept right on their academics, which at the end of it will find its benefit in every other subject. Look at concentration, look at memory skills, look at how a child can be able to get answers with speed and much accuracy. That is one thing that can be very, very, very dependent on in the education of our children.
The Special Senior Assistant to Sanwo-Olu on Education, Adetola Salau, speaks with newsmen, charging parents to help their kids develop interest in arithmetics.
Parents are the children's first teachers. So I will always encourage parents to always look for, I call them teachable moments where you can teach your children. For example, you're going down the street, you can say how many cars are green, you make them start counting. You can tell them when you go to the market how many little cups make, what do we call that other one, the jerrycan, things like that. You start making them see patterns, you start making them think. Because the key thing we want is for our children to be critical thinkers. We want them to think.
No doubt, this learning strategy will help fix most of the problems kids face in calculations. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Report. But before we go, let's still remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. I am Jacinta Ubiugu. Thanks for watching.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you don't talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
The Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry has warned that the myriad of challenges caused by worsening insecurity and crisis in the energy sector may subdue the gross domestic product growth projections for Nigeria in 2022. Now, President of the LCCI, Dr. Michael Olawale Cole, laments that the Petroleum Industry Act now seems to be in a state of limbo. He says the worsening security challenges in many parts of the country are another serious threat to the agricultural and manufacturing value chain, which is capable of reducing production and contracting these sectors. Also, how much progress can a health provider make in the society if it is constantly confronted with the challenge of a broken supply chain, chaotic distribution channels, epileptic delivery of quality medicines, and pharmaceutical supplies? Not much. Well, this is the reality that many healthcare providers in sub-Saharan Africa have to deal with as they work towards an efficient healthcare delivery system. We'll be looking at fixing the supply chain challenge in pharmaceuticals on the show today. Welcome to Business Insight and Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Well, first off, let's take you through some of the biggest economic stories in Nigeria that trended this week. Here are the highlights.
No fewer than 2,256 depositors have lodged complaint against their banks with the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. It's on transactions totaling 368.9 billion naira and $428.7, and that is 177.05 billion naira on the account. The institute, however, said it had been able to resolve 2,206 of the reported cases. It also said that the total amount awarded on the cases were 30.65 billion naira and $19.48 million since the inception of the tribunal. The price of liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, otherwise known as cooking gas, has risen by 25.7% in the last 3 weeks as 12.5 kg now sells at 8,800 naira from 7,000 naira. Findings reveal that 1 kg rose by 11% to 1,000 naira from 900 naira, 3 kg rose by 10% to 2,200 from 2,000 naira, 6 kg rose by 15.8% to 4,400 naira from 3,800 naira, while 12.5 kg rose by 25.7% to 8,800 naira from 7,000 naira. Meanwhile, the liquefied petroleum gas retailers branch of NUPENG had called on the government to come up with a clear policy direction for the development of LPG in the country to forestall the consistent rise in the price of the product. The Nigeria Customs Service, NCS, has commenced the implementation of the new version of the Economic Community of West African States ECOWAS Common External Tariff, CET 2022 to 2026 on imported vehicles. According to the NCS, the migration from the old CET 2017 to 2021 to the new version, which is in line with the World Customs Organization WCO, takes immediate effect. The customs spokesman, Timi Bomodi, said the new rate applied to both new and used vehicles imported into the country. New and used vehicles are subjected to a National Automotive Council (NAC) level of 20 and 15% respectively. The service also confirmed the reduction of import duty on imported vehicles from 35 to 20%.
Now, the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry has predicted that Nigeria's total debt stock was expected to hit 45.86 trillion naira by December 2022. According to the president of the LCCI, who spoke at a press briefing on the state of the nation, the country's debt stock was expected to increase following the federal government's plan to borrow an additional 1.6 trillion naira, while the 2022 debt target for domestic borrowing was pegged at 2.57 trillion naira. Here are the major highlights.
Government needs to look for ways to resolve the lingering fuel supply crisis by increasing, in the meanwhile, importation to meet growing demand, which is putting pressure on diesel and fuel prices. It has also become imperative now that Nigeria needs to have reserves for this capital for critical commodities like fuel, which can be accessed to meet sudden crashes in supply like we now find ourselves. Number two, we have always advocated for the removal of fuel subsidies and that such rescued funds be diverted to subsidize the production of goods and services
in the face of the rising cost of manufacturing in our country. Manufacturing people, they pay most of the cost that government should have provided in services to them. Number 3, Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, should embark on easing the economy while keeping a tab on controlling rising prices. Credit to the private sector should increase and be targeted to supply growth and export promotion sectors. 4, the growing uncertainty is driven by the war in Ukraine, degenerating insecurity crisis in our country, and difficulties around the sourcing of forex for the importation of raw materials. 5, CBN needs to initiate a gradual transition to a unified exchange rate system and allow for a market-reflective exchange rate. That is what we've been asking for. The currency market is still beset with persisting liquidity challenges, evidenced in the wide premium between the NAFEX and the parallel market rates. The federal government plans to add 6.3 naira new debts to the current debt stock, which will push the country's total debt stock to 45.86 trillion naira by the end of the current year. We are likely to have a higher debt service to revenue ratio if revenue levels do not increase with great importance. With imports continue to outpace exports, the trade deficit is therefore expected to widen in the full year that we are in now. And that may put more pressure on forex. Looking ahead to this current year, we expect crude oil to sustain its dominance in the Nigerian export, while manufactured imports will most likely dominate the country's import bill. We anticipate sustained trade deficit in agriculture, manufactured goods, and raw materials goods this year. The persistent Russia-Ukraine war has triggered a positive oil price shock with spillover effects on operating costs that are not directly to do with raw materials. Also, inflation in countries that are not directly engaged with the war. Nigeria is not in any way an exception, as prices of goods and services are moving northward with the potential implication of shrinking production of goods and services. The worsening security challenges in many parts of the country are another serious threat to the agricultural and manufacturing value chain in our country, which is capable of reducing production and contracting these sectors. In the above conditions, if they persist, production volumes will be impacted negatively by a raw material supply chain, disruptions caused by the war in Ukraine, the rising cost of diesel, and other internal security crises. Job losses are also very likely due to constrained production and disrupted supply chains. All of these will likely depress growth potentials in the second quarter of this year. The agriculture sector showed some evidence of impacts from heightening insecurity and lingering supply chain disruptions, as it recorded rate growth of 3.58% year-on-year, an increase of 0.16% points when compared with quarter 4 of the year 2020, and an increase of 2.3% points from quarter 3 of last year, which recorded a growth rate of 1.22%. However, the sector contributed 26.84% to overall GDP in real terms in quarter 3 of last year. This is lower, of course, than the contribution that was made in quarter 4 of the year 2020, and lower to the quarter 3 of the year 2021, which was 26.95% and 29.94% respectively. The manufacturing sector recorded rate GDP growth of 2.28% year-on-year in the fourth quarter of the year 2021, higher than the figure for quarter 4 of the year preceding, by 3.80 points and higher by 2.01 points for the quarter 3 of the year 2021. The growth rate of the sector on a quarter-on-quarter basis stood at 3.57%. In terms of rate contribution to GDP, the manufacturing sector contributed 8.46% in quarter 4 of last year, lower, of course, than 8.60% that it did in the quarter 4 of the year 2020, and lower than the 8.96% it recorded in quarter 3 of the previous year.
Now, a Nigerian-based e-health pharmaceutical distribution startup is expanding access to quality medicines for healthcare providers and rebuilding the supply chain financing in the pharmaceutical industry. Let's welcome Dr. Chibuzo Okpara, co-founder of Drugstock, as he joins us on the conversation of improving the pharmaceutical supply chain. Thanks for joining us, Dr. Okpara.
Thank you, Justin. It's lovely to be here.
All right, let's talk about the pharmaceutical supply chain. There seems to be some bottlenecks in the sector. Can you walk us through some of them?
So the Nigerian and sub-Saharan African pharmaceutical sector and supply space is plagued by issues due to fragmentation of the supply chain. So this fragmentation has led to 3 key issues. The first being issues around access. The second, issues around pricing. Anybody can if you look at the price in the urban and rural areas, you see that there's a massive difference. And this is due to the broken supply chain, the products passing through multiple middlemen. And the third issue, which is pertinent and quite worrying, is the influx of fake and substandard medication into the supply chain. Anywhere between 10 and 30% of the products in the supply chain, depending on where you get them, might be counterfeited or substandard due to poor storage conditions. So these are some challenges that providers, patients face as they try to navigate the system. These are some of the things we tackle as a pharma tech company.
All right, so how do we begin to expand access, to quality medicines for healthcare providers and rebuild the supply chain financing?
So what we do at Drugstock is basically leverage our pharmaceutical platform, which is a tech platform that connects manufacturers of good quality pharmaceutical products to hospitals and pharmacies. And essentially what we are doing is building a bulletproof system where manufacturers can be sure that their products can be accessed by people who need them. In your typical system, a pharmacy, for instance, might see a total of 50,000 patients over the course of a year. But by leveraging our platform, this pharmacy is able to drive their operations up smoothly to go beyond this 50,000 to as much as 100, 150,000 patients, creating more access for people, doing better pricing. When they leverage our systems, they're also able to, take advantage of our supply chain financing solutions, which enable them to provide value for their patients cost effectively in quality ways that benefit the patient at the last mile immensely.
All right, let's talk about the use of technology in all of this now, because that seems to be the future of how supplies and demand and supply, are actually met. How would you say that technology is actually done in the sense of getting those who need these drugs and, of course, the suppliers of these drugs together, bringing them to a platform?
So thank you for that great question, Justin. Technology is a great enabler. As we've seen post-COVID, we've seen that technology has driven a lot of the movement in the space in healthcare, as well as a lot of the space in the industries and other similar industries. I have a theory that, 5 years from now, you're not going to have technology companies. You're just going to have all companies using technology. And companies that don't will be moribund. I think even if you go to hardcore manufacturing, you hear them talking about SCADA systems and things like that. And very soon those SCADA systems will be interconnected in such a way that the Internet of Things will also be moving towards making production even easier. So from that perspective, I think there's no escaping technology. Now, how do you make technology work for you? And this is what companies like Drugstock, companies in the pharma tech space, companies in the health tech space are working towards. How do you leverage that technology to improve access? That's what we do. We provide end-to-end visibility for products going through the system. We enable companies get their products, their good quality products out there to stave off the counterfeit products that might be in the market. We also make it easier for patients, providers, hospitals, pharmacists, doctors to be able to, connect directly to these supply chains, enabling their patients get the best quality products at the time that they need them, without any hassles, not looking for every day. There's a story of a patient that was looking for cancer medication and couldn't find that medication. Meanwhile, this medication is in somebody's warehouse somewhere getting expired. So using platforms like Drugstock, we're able to connect these patients to where the products that they need can be brought to them at the right time. Yes?
Let's talk more about the future of the pharmaceuticals in Nigeria, because people in the hinterland still complain of getting, this product, when they need them. How do you see the Nigerian pharmaceutical industry? Where do you see them, that is, in the next 5 years?
Great question, Justin. So if you're going to look at the future, it's important to pay some mind to what has been in the past, or at least what the current outlay is. Right now, the logistics space, the infrastructure is a bit, challenged with regards to getting things to the hinterlands. You're going to have to leverage futuristic, interesting solutions, drone technologies, eco platforms, embedded financing solutions that enable people to access these products, at the right cost in the ways that that can meet them at their needs, their point of needs. Take, for instance, we're working on a project in Calabar where we're able to deliver drugs that would normally take 9 hours. We're able to do it in 15 minutes due to a partnership with an innovative drone technology solution that we've leveraged in that area to be able to do that. So these are some of the things that, look into the future of serving healthcare, that we're going to be able to create opportunities for people to be able to get these products. In addition to, opening up new markets, employing people, creating new jobs in these areas as these technologies create new portals of access or new ways of doing healthcare business and providing people healthcare access that hitherto we would not have thought about it. I think the interesting thing is that in all areas of pharmaceuticals, technology is playing a huge part, from developing the drugs to distributing the drugs to tracking, tracing, recalling the drugs. Across the whole lifeline of the product, you see a lot of innovation, So quite excited. I think this is an exciting time to be in this space. A lot of opportunities. Nigeria has traditionally been challenged with a lot of obstacles with regards to patients accessing the product, poor purchasing power and things like that. But I think with the strength of innovations that we see on the landscape, I think the future is bright for the next few years.
Okay, as we round off now, just on a quick note now, how do we actually sort out the issue of pricing? Most times the issue would be getting the right drugs and getting the right quality, but another one is that of pricing. How do we begin to fix that particular challenge?
Ooh, Justin, you keep giving me these very succinct questions. Pricing is a very key thing that would enable patients, access to pharmaceutical products. The issue of pricing is myriad, right? Because on the demand side, you have issues around affordability. You have issues around inability to pay, wages that have traditionally, and I think something like 2/3 of the country, or 70% or thereabouts, live less than the regular the income standards that are used to benchmark countries around the world. And this is quite challenging, you get. At the same time, on the other side, there's a lot of investments that need to be done on the supply side to be able to improve and increase the distribution and all that. However, having said that, I think this is the age of deploying finance for it to work for people. When people hear about financial solutions, they often think about solutions around, the pay stacks or the flutter waves or the fintech solutions that we see, the Kuda banks and all that. However, there are so many financial technology revolutions that are occurring below the line, embedded financing, secondary solutions, where businesses are able to take advantage of, these credit opportunities, these financial flows that are made to meet the provider or the patient in their area of need, And these solutions, I feel, will go a long way to tackle some of these other things that need to be done, including improving insurance and things like that.
All right, thank you so much, Chibuzor. That's as much as we can take for time's sake. We must say a very big thank you for sharing all of those thoughts with us as to how we can improve the supply chain issue of the pharmaceutical sector. We do appreciate your time.
Thank you, Justin. It was great to be here.
It is indeed our pleasure. And that's the size of the show for today. I am Justin. Academia Business Insight returns again next time. Bye for now.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, by no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation, as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
The All Progressives Congress in Rivers State held a Thanksgiving service in Port Harcourt recently. Party faithfuls in their thousands thronged the Adoke Amesie Marcus Stadium for the two-in-one event. The first part featured prayers for the nation, victims of the recent Kaduna train attack, and the party.
Gave us the riches of His grace, receiving us from the powers of darkness and bringing us into the kingdom of His beloved. Almighty Father, you are lavish in bestowing all your gifts, and we give you thanks for the favors you have given us. In your goodness, you have favored us and kept us safe in the past. We ask that you continue to protect us as a nation and to shelter us in the shadow of your wings. O God, your people are represented here by all the ethnic groups and culture, by all people of religious persuasion. We are asking you this morning to heal the nation of our various ills, heal the nation of mediocrity, heal our nations of insecurity, heal our nations of corruption, heal our nations of bad rulers and the led, heal our nations of ignorance, heal our nations of disunity, for it is in unity that we'll find strength. We pray that you give us your supporting hand in our new beginning as we glimpse the future, the unknown future, but a promising future.
10 to 14, and from the version of the Bible, NKJV. And I read, "Now as Samuel was offering up the burnt offering, the Philistines drew near to battle against Israel. But the Lord thundered with a loud thunder upon the Philistines that day, and so confused them that they were overcome before Israel. And the men of Israel went out of Mizpah and pursued the Philistines and drove them back as far as below Bethkar. Then Samuel took a stone and set it up between Mizpah and Shem, and called its name Ebenezer, saying, Thus far the Lord has helped us."
Thereafter, Plateau State Governor Simon Lalong addressed the gathering. He congratulated the new APC executives in Rivers State for presenting a united front.
And the chairman of the Northern Government.
Hey, okay. I beg, now don't raise your hand up again.
Our brother,
no, this man.
Amechi,
I beg you.
is the top amana of the Northern Nigeria. That is to say, he is somebody in whom we are very comfortable. I also stand here to represent the Progressive Governors Forum. All the governors would have been here, progressive governors. But we were told that this is just a small takeoff from Rivers. And so they asked me to come and stand in for them. They asked me to come and stand in for them. For those of them who are not here, their spirits are always with us. Especially to our brother, the former Director General, because the journey started from here. I am very excited today because 6 years ago, when we started APC, we came to this stadium and we launched the zonal campaign. That zonal campaign produced a brand new president for this country. And he also led the campaign. We came back again and they said the only person that will lead the campaign again, it is an illustrious son of Rivers State.
The guy, the two of them. Now.
We made another campaign and we produce another president.
Hand up again.
Today the APC government is thriving. When we were told on television that there is no APC in Rivers State, I am sure what we have seen today many people will not sleep in their houses. Because God is wonderful. Some people will say we want to take it by force. In APC, we will not take it by force. We will consider the grace of God. And that is grace, that grace of God is the one that is working in Chuboke, Amechi.
Former national chairman of APC, Adams Oshiomhole, commended the party for standing firm in spite of strong opposition in the state.
Let me join all those who have spoken before me in appreciating and acknowledging the man who has invited us to join the good people of Rivers State in prayers. First, to celebrate the unity of our party in this state, and even more, the great people of Rivers State. I want to appreciate the Honorable Minister of Transportation, my friend and my brother, who has extended to me and my family invitation to this great event. But I cannot appreciate him without appreciating the power behind him. Behind every successful minister of transportation, there is a mom minister at home, Mrs. Chibuke Amechi. I appreciate my twin brother. The only difference is that he wears Babadiga and I wear my own khaki. As you can see, we have the same complexion. He wears a high cap in order to take one each advantage. Let me also appreciate the speaker, the deputy speaker, the authentic comrade, deputy speaker of the House of Representatives, who was once an activist in the university system, Honorable Wase. We have here a man who wears a clean white, brilliant Babadiga that depicts the purity of his heart. Distinguished Senator Indume. I cannot fail to acknowledge the man with whom we try to go around to meet the people. When I stand by him, I realize I'm also a giant. That is Victor Diado, National Vice Chairman of our great party, who has just been elected and re-elected. Maybe it's also an opportunity to congratulate you publicly and also to congratulate our brand new chairman, national chairman, a former governor, a former minister, a former senator, and now the national chairman of our great party, distinguished Senator Adamu Abdullahi. And I believe this unity event fits squarely into the vision of the national leadership to ensure that there is unity in every part. You can't have unity in the whole if there is no unity in the part. It is the sum total of the unity of the parts that translates to the unity of the nation. I am particularly excited because we have made effort to unite our great party in Rivers State. And today, I am proud to be here to witness with my own Korokoro eyes the unity of APC under the able leadership of Honorable Chibuke Amechi.
Your Excellencies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the leaders have spoken. And why we're here is to thank God for what He did to us, to thank God for giving us the Honorable Minister of Transportation, and to thank God for what He did to all of us, and also to thank God for what will happen to us, to thank God for what will come to us. We will start here in Rivers. Youths, you go and interpret what I'm saying. There is a saying in our group. We say in Hausa, Zai kasance. Zai kasance. Zai kasance means it will happen, no. It will happen, no. APC Rivers Adumeka.
Thank you so much. It is indeed an honor that this is APC River State. I know on behalf of the Ministry of Transportation, I bring you blessings, prayers, and congratulations. I know this is the beginning of the march for 2023. It starts here. It starts today. It starts now. In fact, it's finished. It's finished. We have done it. Congratulations. And inshallah, see you at inauguration. Inshallah.
We are here to celebrate God for the good thing we have in River State, for the unity of the party in River State. We are here to pray for God to receive the souls of all those who died in the train banditry incident from Abuja to Kaduna. We are here to pray God that all those who are in captivity should be released. We thank God for today. I am here to solidarize with a brother and to bring you good message from the people of Southeast.
We former speakers across the 36 states of this country, we are here to show solidarity to our brother and friend, the man who has kept us going. And as I speak also on behalf of the governor of Plateau State, who is also a former speaker. And we are very many here. We want to say to you that all former speakers, irrespective of political dispensation and political affiliations, we are with our brother. Because Rotimi and Meji Chibuke never discriminate against anybody. We just care about PDP. Whatever political party you belong to, he doesn't care. He's a man who believes in human being and believes in the welfare of all. So we must support him. We are here for Thanksgiving. We will be here again for a bigger Thanksgiving. That is a prophecy, and it will come to pass in Jesus' name.
The high point of speeches came when the party leader in the zone, Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, who is also the Minister of Transportation, took the rostrum. He first went on a lap of honor around the stadium, acknowledging delegates from all local governments of the state. He titled his speech, "Forward with Courage." In the first paragraph, Minister Amechi declared his interest to run for the office of president.
Fellow Nigerians, I stand before you today to declare my intention and submit my application to serve as your next president.
Listing his 23 years of public service in different capacities, Amaechi acknowledged the challenges facing the country. He offered himself to lead the onerous task of taking Nigeria out of the woods.
I have served our nation for the last 7 years as Minister of Transportation. For 8 years before that, I served as Governor of Rivers State. In the preceding 8 years before that, I was Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly. Within this period, I've also served as the Director General of President Buhari campaign organization twice. These 23 years of service have equipped me not only with great experience in governance and public service, but also compassion for the ordinary citizens of our dear country. After more than 2 decades in the public arena, I had wanted to go on holiday and spend more time with my family before charting a new course outside politics. But at 56, because I'm 56 years old, I'm a member of the generation born after independence, who has seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of Nigeria. I'm compelled by the urgency of our present challenges to place my experience and proven capacity at the service of the nation at the highest level. Those who know me can testify that I have always been a straight talker. This straight has not always made me popular, but I speak with truth. I speak the truth with conviction. So allow me to speak the truth here today. We are facing some very serious challenges as a country. These are problems of insecurity, challenges of greater accountability in governance, youth unemployment, and the scourge of spiritual poverty. These problems are, however, not the exclusive preserve of Nigeria. We live in a troubled world. The reality we used to know has altered in nearly every nation. Climate change has brought about food scarcity in some places. Population explosion has produced unusual pressure on resources and supplies. Poverty has become a challenge all over the world, especially in the developing world. The COVID crisis has placed unanticipated burdens on the budget of nations and put pressure on available resources. Transborder crises have erupted in unusual places and placed the internal security of many nations under pressure. We are part of the Sahel, an area of the world that is subject to frequent terrorist attacks. Let us look at our current challenges as part and consequences of these global trends. I admit that Nigeria's problem did not begin today, and they will not be solved overnight. But they are not beyond the capacity of our people to solve. Fortunately, that process has already started. There's an ancient proverb that a society, and I quote, a society that grows great when old men plant trees, under whose shade they know they will never sit. The current administration, under the able leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari, has planted many such trees in Nigeria's future. We have invested billions in infrastructure, human capital development, and made reforms that will pay off over time in terms of socio-economic growth and stability. We have invested heavily in projects and initiatives that will secure a brighter, better future for Nigeria. I am proud to have been part of this success story. It has been an honor overseeing the Ministry of Transportation in reviving the moribund railways and working tirelessly to create an integrated national transportation system that will positively impact our economy, trade, employment, business, and national cohesion. Have we achieved everything we set out to do? Of course not. Could we have done more? Undoubtedly, there's always room for improvement. On reflection, the notion of running for president would have been far beyond the imagination of the young lad running around the streets of Pune or our small compound in Lubima. Not to talk of the young, indigent student leader, mobilizing peers at the University of Port Harcourt. But my aspiration is not about fulfilling any personal ambition. I am contesting for the office because I believe that it is my moral duty to give what I can in the service of my country.
Now that Amechi has declared to run for the presidency on the APC's banner, what really are his chances?
There's no doubt, like he said, that it's going to be tough. But with a man, Chibuike Rotimi Amechi, as a flag bearer, which I know that definitely all lines will fall for him at the end of the day in APC, and all lines will also fall for him, on the election day proper, where Nigerians are going to determine their destinies. And I'm sure that with God that he has always trusted, with God that we have always trusted, we have also always believed in him, in the capacity that he has. You can understand the man we are talking about, the man who has respect for those who made him. That man is Chibuike Rotimi Amechi, 2023 president.
For him, he will continue. Look at the railway revolution. Look at the road revolution. The Niger Bridge, what Fashola has done there. It's the same kind of thing we're talking about. Look at the border, Bonny Road. These are roads that people thought would have been impossible. It's as difficult like the Third Mainland Bridge of Lagos. And this administration of Buhari is doing it. We are also having the cleanup of Ogoni. Those are the things that Buhari government has come to do, that Amechi will continue. Women in politics, giving opportunity to women. When he was a governor of Rivers State, when he was in this state, a lot of women had political positions and they did very well. And also the youth had scholarships. We had scholarship and bursaries. And for education to flourish well, he has to replicate what he did when he was in Rivers State. Remember, he won the best UBE in Nigeria then. We were in the board of Universal Basic Education Board. So if he replicates that UBE standard in the federation, the real UBE, we will begin to see quality kind of graduates coming out from our schools.
I mean, I'm happy, more happy than surprised, but of course, until it happens. My father said you don't believe in your breakfast until you've eaten it. So of course, we wanted to see the declaration live, which we have seen. But many people are celebrating, and I'm happy, and I'm celebratory as well. But now the work begins. There's a lot of work. We have to go around the length and breadth of the country, reaching out to people, preaching out to people, and that I think is something that the Rotimi Amechi is that I know is very comfortable doing. So we'll be joining him on that exercise. Of course, we have interest in the state as well, but we're going to have to mix both.
There is a common saying, one with God is majority. Because he has divine backing, I already said, from across the nation, men will just align. And before you know, what started like a small seed, yeah, I'm sure you were amazed at the crowd that turned out here today. A lot of people were wondering, where will the people come? People have even said there is no APC in Rivers State, but you are here. You saw the crowd for yourself. Surely, the God of heaven who brought him here today will cause every other line to fall in place, and the glory will be all his. And Nigeria will surely be better for it.
Who can battle with the Lord? Who can battle with the Lord? Who can battle with the Lord? I said nobody. Who can battle with the Lord? Who can battle with the Lord? Who can battle with the Lord? I said nobody. Who can battle with the Lord? Who can battle with the Lord? Who can battle with the Lord? I said nobody.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better? Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions. Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
My name is Oluwatosin Ari, and I'm the founder CEO of Farm Fresh Grocery. I started out as a model in like over 2 decades ago. I used to be a model, and that was, I was in Ife and I was modeling at the same time. So for a while, that was just all I wanted to do, modeling. After Deal or No Deal, I went to South Africa. I came back to Nigeria, and I've always liked marketing, sales. You know, so while I was in South Africa, whenever I was coming home, I was buying shoes to come and sell. So when I came back to Nigeria, I was still selling shoes. And then aside selling shoes, I was grooming models. I was running modeling school. So, but after a while, you know, price of dollar went high. And then I lost my mom to breast cancer. So, but before I lost her to breast cancer, she used to be like the strongest person I know, because I used to be sickly. I was kind of child that every weekend would go to the hospital. I was asthmatic, plenty allergies. But back then we didn't even know there were allergies, so but I was always in and out of the hospital. I'm actually AA, so it wasn't like I was a sick or anything, but I was always sick. Even when I was in university, I was always having typhoid anytime I change environment. But my mom is the kind of person that she'll go to Bariga market and she'll buy water in nylon. Not pure water. Those 1 naira water, and she would drink it. Nothing will happen to her. I can't. Even pure water will have typhoid, even bottled water. You understand? So for me, she was like the strongest person I knew. And then when she had cancer, she did chemo twice. And then after the second one, she said she wanted to try this naturopathy or wellness kind of treatment, and she stopped taking chemo. And then, you know, people she was seeing then, they would say, get flax seeds, get this, get that. I'd never heard of those things before in my life. So I started researching about those things. I realized that these are things that have, you know, a lot of health benefits. But you know, the best thing about natural medicine is that it works faster when you take it before you fall ill. Not wait until you become ill. You know, so I kept researching, and then I was discovering so many things like turmeric, you know. And then I used to have allergies. Then I stopped. There was a time that once it was like evening, my nose would be blocked. I'd breathe in my mouth. And then I saw this cardiologist, and it was like, had to put me on loratadine and one asthma drug permanently. And I hated that. I always hated taking drugs, you know. I didn't want to. And then I realized that even loratadine was not working well for me again. It became, my body had kind of adjusted. So I was like, I needed to find an alternative. I needed to find a way of, you know, being able to live a healthier life without having to resort to living on drugs. So that's how I started discovering and, you know, making inquiries about herbs and spices. So that's how I founded Farm Fresh Grocery in 2016. So we started out as just helping people get natural food, but then we realized a lot of food were processed and preserved with chemicals. So I wanted to have access to farmers, buy directly from them, and sell. Back then it was so hard because farmers felt you wanted to take over their business. You know, but with time, we grew from having just one farmer to having a network of farmers that we buy things from. And then even I had to, at some point, I had to go into farming myself. You know, so I was also now planting some things on my own. Then the herbs and spices that, you know, we're trying to educate people about the benefit. People understood what we were saying. And they know, oh, turmeric is very good for this. You know, I was telling people, like, when you go to India, for instance, they will tell you that when a child complains of stomach ache or headache, the first thing they think about is turmeric. They will make like a turmeric latte. That's their own kind of paracetamol. You know, so you tell things like this to customers, and they'll say, okay, let me buy this turmeric, but they'll keep it in their house. Afterward, they throw it away. So food wastage was not just now, you know, associated to just farmers and processors or distributors. It extends to, you know, the final consumers. People want things that is easy for them to use. People want things that is not, they don't want to stress themselves. They just want convenience. They want a healthy living, but they want it, you know, presented to them in a ready-to-eat form. So I started making herbs-infused honey. So you have like a cinnamon lemon honey, hibiscus honey, you know, like different kinds of honey, as well as sea salt. Because I also realized a lot of people did not want to eat MSG, as well as, you know, several sugar-flavored seasonings that we have out there. So people wanted to live healthy, and they wanted it made easier. So that's how I started, you know, infusing herbs and spices in honey, sea salts, teas, even in oil, like sesame oil and olive oil, you know, infuse herbs and spices in them. You know, just a way to make these herbs and spices a regular thing that people take. We're not waiting now until we fall ill. We're making it a part of us that we do like regularly. So that's how it's been, and that's how we started. The few jobs I had back then, so once I had the money I was making from modeling, I would buy shoes, I'll come back, sell, get some more money. And then eventually when I, you know, relocated back here, I was getting from the US and things were going fine. I was, you know, selling mostly Italian shoes to men and all that. You know, men, they buy out of need, not out of, not out of, like, you know, women, once, even if they have 1,000 shoes and they see a fine one, they'll buy. But for men, they don't mind spending. Because they know they might just buy one shoe for a while, but it has to be good, you know. So I was selling a lot of Italian shoes and all that. But when dollar went from 160 something to 300 and something, I had to rethink, you know, that if this is a business I wanted to continue. And then after I lost my mom, I just thought that food is actually becoming more and more important, the kind of food you eat, you know. I mentioned earlier that, you know, there was a time I had that allergy. By the time I started, you know, alternative medicine towards treating my allergy, you know, the first thing I was asked to do was I was asked to stop eating a number of food. My favorite food was amala, and next was rice. I had to stop eating them. Bread, number 3, I had to stop eating all those things. And guess what? My allergies cleared. I'll wake up in, I'm the kind of person that you see me, there's always tissue in my pocket. Because, I didn't even know it was allergy. But my mom used to say, Kogbe. My nose was never dry growing up. So all this while I didn't even know there were allergies because I was asthmatic. So for instance, if all the windows are closed and, there's no fan, there's nothing, after a while, my eyes will start itching, my throat, my ears, and then I'll start sneezing. I didn't know all these things were allergies. I just thought it was normal because that was what I was used to. They discovered I was asthmatic when I was 2 years old. So from there up till that period, all those things were normal until I realized they are actually allergies. So I didn't even know that these allergies can actually stop by changing my diet. And then I would take onions first thing in the morning. It will clear my airways. And then garlic at night. That was all I was put on. And my allergies disappeared. So that made me, realize that it is important for us to change. Look at what we're eating. The real food, as in food, should actually be our medicine, not the other way around. If you eat right, there's no need for medicine. Okay, so how did I get funding to start Farm Fresh Grocery? Well, Farm Fresh Grocery, it started like a joke, because I had a regular work that was going, and then I just thought of, selling to my colleagues first. So I just started with just like a cooler of fresh chicken from the farm, because my sister has a farm. So I'll just get the chicken from her, buy them from her, and sell. That was how I started. Because, then it was hard to find. I remember telling somebody back there when I decided that it's so hard to get farmers that, I'm looking for farmers that I can buy things from so that I can sell to people, It was such a hurdle, but it was such a big deal. And it wasn't even about capital because, I was working. I could use my salary to buy some of the things that I needed to start. So I didn't start big. I started from, just from the house, just buying a few things and selling to people, but telling them that this is healthier, it's not imported chicken, they're hormone free, all that. Unlike all those imported ones that they've given, injected formalin and all that, so it was just like a movement, a health movement to convince people that all these things leads to cancer in the long run. Because in my wildest dream, I never thought my mom would have breast cancer. We used to say, breast cancer, okay. In this, back then, we didn't take breast cancer or any kind of cancer seriously. We say, we are in Nigeria, we are strong. We didn't, because it wasn't so rampant back then, unlike now. Before that we can't have cancer. But the more we were embracing, all the things that is done abroad, the more of the cancer we're, also embracing. From selling the chicken, for instance, I'll put a markup once I buy from the farm, from the farmers. I put a little markup, and then, once you sell that, you order more, and then, there's family, my family invested in me, like my husband, So I just started gradually. First it was chicken, it was bell peppers. Then, gradually we moved to other things like gari and all that. Just like that, little by little. It wasn't like I started, there's no big finance that came from anywhere. I just started gradually, and, But I got a grant recently from Under 40 CEO. So they gave me $1,300. We had to pitch our business, and so that's the only help I got. But then I've gotten a lot of trainings. There's not, a lot of times we think all we need is finance. But a lot of times you need to know what to do with those finance. And that is why we're trainings, all these entrepreneurship programs coming. So I've gone to a couple which has actually helped to form how my business has developed so far.
Artificial preservatives have been used in foods for decades. These can lead to negative health consequences and has significant complications, such as increasing costs, handling hazards, concerns about residues on food, and a threat to human environment. As a good alternative, spices and herbs replace chemical preservatives as natural, effective, and non-toxic compounds. Spices and herbs can be used as food additives, flavoring agents, and as natural food preservatives. The term spice and herb are used in describing plant parts used in enhancing the taste or flavoring the food. An herb is a plant that is valued due to its scent, flavor, or other desirable qualities. Herbs are mainly used for medicines, cosmetics, cooking, and other spiritual purposes. Spice, on the other hand, is a dried root, leaf, fruit, or vegetative substance. It is used as nutritionally insignificant amounts as a food additive for color, flavor, or as a preservative that kills or prevents the growth of harmful bacteria. Several spices show antimicrobial activity against different types of microorganisms. The consumption of herbal medicines is increasing throughout the world as an alternative treatment for curing several problems, including heart diseases, diabetes, high blood pressure, and even certain types of cancer. The health benefits of spices and herbs includes the help in the faster healing of wounds, act as nutritional supplements, strengthen the immune system, lower blood sugar and cholesterol levels, help protect against cancer. Herbs eliminate nutritional deficiencies and thus restore the correct functioning of the body. They rectify various problems rather than suppressing them. Herbs nourish every part of the body with their vitamin and mineral content. Consuming herbs may also help to reduce blood clots and provide anti-tumor properties, can help control blood sugar and insulin activity, speeds up healing, relieves muscle tension, and reduces stress while improving the circulatory, immune, and nervous system. What makes herbs and spices special are the unique compounds that fight the free radicals, that is, the reactive chemicals that damage our cells, reduce oxidative stress, prevent the formation of tumors, protect your DNA, balance your blood sugar, and enhance digestion. Adding herbs and spices to your daily diet can protect your health in the long term and reduce the risk of cardiovascular, cerebral, metabolic, and digestive disorders.
Our biggest challenge, employees. A lot of youths don't want to work. Seriously, a lot of youths don't want to. There are few that want to, but not everybody. You know, it takes a while to get, I don't know why, but you know, they probably just used to easy money come and go. A lot of youths don't want to work. So to get reliable staff is usually tough. So most of the time you have to, you know, they go, you get another one, retrain, they go, they come, you know. It has been one major challenge. The second challenge is packaging. It's so expensive. Packaging is so expensive, you know. People want to see your product, you know, on the same level with imported products, but they don't consider at what cost, you know, it takes to get there. And then sometimes it's not even just the cost, it's the availability. For instance, the flavored honey, we put them in jars, and then the jars, in some places we get them reasonably, like two places I get them that the prices are a bit reasonable. But once those two people don't have, you can get a jar as expensive as 600, 700. So how much am I going to sell the product inside? You know, the other alternative is to import from China. And there's so many challenges that can happen along the way. So it's a bit, you know, dicey. People want to see pretty things, but they don't want to pay for it. You want it to be cheap, but they don't, you know, they don't want to pay, they don't pay the price. And there's also the cost of production. The cost of production is so high, especially if you look at, you know, we have to dehydrate our products. You know, like the raw materials, we always have to dehydrate them. The cost of electricity is like, you know, really high. And then a lot of our processes are still manual. So we need like to get some equipment to make it, you know, better. Okay, if you look at this, for instance, I'm trying my hands on flavored, sachet flavored honey. So I try to do this manually. See what we can, this is the best we could get. But if we have that machine, you get those imported kind of thing. And to get one of those machines, you spend, you know, at least like $3,000 or $2,500, yes, to get it into here before you pay for the price itself and then the bringing it down here and all. You know, so cost of, you know, getting those automated machines are not so cheap. I wish that, you know, each time that the government say they support farmers, that they actually do, but we haven't seen it. So there was a time I, you know, leased land from the government in Ogun State. It's a palm plantation. So they had this, you know, they have like over hundreds of hectares just, you know, there. So they were leasing it out. So I leased about 20 hectares and I decided to start with 4 hectares. I planted cassava, a trailer load of cassava. And I did pick 1 naira from there because herdsmen, they went there, they harvested them for their animals and even burnt the whole place down. And the government, who is supposed to be my landlord, could not save me from them. ASF, African swine fever, happened and we lost a lot of our pigs. The government, we're yet to hear any support from them up till today. During the strike, nationwide strike, we planted cucumber. The cucumber was ready for harvest. We couldn't get to the farm because there was riots everywhere. We tried several times to go to the farm. All the cucumber wasted, like 20-something bags of cucumber. The few that were able to take to the market, when we got to the market, was rejected. That is already changing color. You know, in a civil environment, the government will subsidize things like that. Like, Okiawe is a very big farm, and a lot of farmers lost their life because they lost billions to this African swine fever. We're yet to hear anything from the government. Nothing. So I don't know what to ask them because I don't know if they do anything. Because, you know, all we've asked is that they subsidize things for us when there are problems like this. But, you know, they don't even show up. You know, so we've learned to do everything by ourselves. Well, for me, the joy is mostly when, you know, customers are happy about what you're doing, especially like the flavored honey, flavored salt, the teas, you know. When a customer says, can you make a tea for me to help me sleep better? And the customer is happy that, you know, the herbal tea helped and, you know, she was able to sleep. Those are the kind of things that you just, you know, sometimes when these are flavored honey. When we are making it, can be very tedious because we have to squeeze out the herbs from the honey manually. It can be very hectic. And some days I just wonder, why am I stressing myself through all this process? But then when a customer tastes and knows this is really good, you know, it actually makes you happy. And then when we get recognitions, like when we got the grants or like when we got picked for programs, you know, like a lot of programs that were not funded by, you know, governments, like private NGOs and all that, but, you know, you learn quite a bit, you know. Like we recently concluded a program by Cherry Blair Foundation and Enterprise Development Center on financial literacy. That kind of training is invaluable. It's more than asking for money, because if you have the money and you don't have the idea of how to channel it into your business, how to, you know, come up with a plan, then, you know. So it's not all the time that all we want is money. Sometimes it's just free trainings, like what some of these NGOs have done. If the government can even do some of that, you understand what I'm saying? For the youth, you're saying youth should go into agriculture, but the few that are going, how are you supporting them? What are you doing to support them? You know, agri-business, like any other business, it's a tough business. A lot of times you feel like giving up. I know I felt like giving up after those experiences, you know, because like, is it only me? First, I went to Jebugbo, you know, invested so much money, you know, paid for 20 hectares, you know, plant the stress from Jebugbo to that farm in Akboje. It takes like an hour from Ijebugbo. You can imagine me leaving Lagos and facing there and coming back. One challenge or the other, and then the stress of even planting them. The labor there is highly overpriced. You know, battling with all that, and then at the end of the day, nothing to show, nothing at all. You know, so I always advise, you know, people who want to go into agribusiness, you must have knowledge before you go into the business. You must have adequate knowledge. People will take advantage of these so-called people that you think are your friends or somebody from church. They will show you Niger. So you must have, adequate knowledge about the business yourself. You must have time. Because if you don't have time, they'll cheat you. There's no two ways about it. And then I always say that if you want to invest in a farm, make sure you can fence the place. Because until this our herdsmen issue is totally resolved, just make sure the place is fenced, or else you're just investing, like fetching water with a basket. No matter how much you pour water into it, you're just wasting that energy. There's no guarantee that you go away with anything from there. Okay, so I had a staff that was always going to check, what was going on in the farm. And then he went there once and he saw them there. He took a picture showing them in the background. They were even, telling him that why is he taking their picture? Because they don't go in, they go in numbers. They go in numbers, so he couldn't challenge them. So he just took the picture, as they were in, like thousands of the animals and the people, moving them. So I could see that those were the people, actually. So for distribution, so far, we got our NAFTA for like 6 of our products last year, towards the end of last year. So we've been trying to sell to the supermarkets. So but the challenge now is that there's some supermarkets that, when you supply them and they sell, before you get your money out, it takes a while. So because of that, you have to shine your eye and be very careful. Because I heard that some supermarket that over a year, if you won't get your money out, so one has to be careful. But we're in a number of places. We're at Araba's Homemade. It's a restaurant, and they do bakeries and all that. So we have our honey and our sea salt there. Then we have Farm Shoppy. It's on the Bagada Expressway, the filling station there. There's Ayaba's Healthy's store also in Bagada Phase 2. And then there's Tonyson Supermarket in Ebutimeta. We plan to extend to more places, working on that. We're also talking to them at Amazon Farms in Ikoyi. But we have our personal shop inside the Bagada General Hospital, Shop 12, Bagada General Hospital. So basically, the plan is to, extend to more supermarket. And what we actually just joined some platforms, e-commerce platforms like Jumia and Flutterwave. We intend to join more before the end of the year so that people can actually order from out of Lagos and then they do the delivery, which is the advantage of e-commerce.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. for betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Good morning, I am Adibanke Udunui and this is a news update. The Nigerian Governors Forum NGF has donated 50 million naira to the Kaduna State government for onward distribution to the victims of the recent Abuja-Kaduna train attack. A statement by head NGF Media and Public Affairs Abdulrazak Bello Bakindo in Abuja states that the forum chairman and governor of Ekiti, Kayode Fayemi, made the donation when he led a two-man delegation of the forum to Kaduna State. Fayemi said that the delegation was in the state to commiserate with the government and people on the train attack, which claimed lives, injured many others, while several others were kidnapped. And Good Friday was celebrated around the world with church services to commemorate the crucifixion of the Lord Jesus Christ. Our correspondent Paul George visited a Catholic church at Ilupeju and he reports.
At the Our Lady Queen of Apostles Catholic Church, Ilupeju, the parishioners gave a drama presentation depicting the Last Supper, where Jesus Christ told his disciples that someone among them would betray him, as the drama took them on a procession. The parish priest, Reverend Father Paul Anyasi, said Jesus Christ is love and that he is the reason why Christians should rejoice irrespective of what we might be going through.
Good Friday means a lot of things. It's Jesus dying for us on the cross, and it connotes hope. Hope that we too, when we die, like Jesus died and rose again, we shall also resurrect like Jesus Christ. That's a basic message. It's a message of hope.
The parishioners who attended the procession also expressed their thoughts on the reason why Nigerians should observe Good Friday.
Today is very important in the life of Catholic all over the world globally. What is happening here today, now here, is happening globally. So whatever happened today is to commemorate why we are in existence today.
The importance of today, the importance of what Jesus did for us. He loved us so much that he went through all this. He could have done it another way, but no, he went the hardest way. He became one of us, because it is easy for us to say he's the Son of God, but he became one of us in all aspects. This place is only a marketplace. We all go to the market, we go back home. Our home is in heaven, it's not here.
Today signified the death of our Lord Jesus Christ. He sacrificed himself to give us salvation. And as a Christian mother, it's a special day for us. Because the mother of Jesus Christ was there when he was passing through all this pain. And she was there, passing through that pain as well.
Reverend Anyasi prayed God Almighty would direct Nigerians to vote for a good leader in the next election.
Nigeria, we are in real problems of insecurity, problems of betrayal, like one of the 12 that Jesus chose betrayed him.
Paul George, Plus TV News.
Catholic faithful in Benue State have taken to the streets to demonstrate the Passion of Christ in commemoration of Good Friday. Good Friday is marked a holy day by the Catholic Church and all Christians as it is a day Jesus Christ died on the cross. PlusTvAfrica's correspondent in Makurdi, Francis Ter, who monitored the celebration, spoke with some clergymen and other faithfuls.
Continue to trust in Christ, just like I said, with every Good Friday, there is always an Easter sorrow. Even if we cry now, as Christians, we're people of hope, to believe that joy will come. We believe that the resurrected Christ will always intervene and will bring us joy, happiness, and peace.
He gave his life. So it only means that we should respond to that love by loving one another. So if you love and we live and let's live in a peaceful, in a loving manner, we'll continue to share the resources we have. God has given us so much. The problem is that a good number of a few persons have hijacked the resources that God has given to us for their own personal benefit. And that is no love.
The message I have for Christians in Nigeria is that they should change their life. They should not love their neighbor. See, Christ himself loved us, and that's why he died for us. And so Christians should love themselves. If not just Christians loving themselves, loving other Christians, but loving even Muslims and other people. If we love ourselves, we will not be killing ourselves as we are killing ourselves in Nigeria. So the whole thing is that love your neighbor as Christ loves us.
Following COVID-19 restrictions, the reenactment for the Way of the Cross came back in full swing to the southern borough of Itzapalapa in Mexico City on Friday. Easter in Mexico City is a family event for the faithful, with millions coming together to mark Jesus' crucifixion and resurrection, as actors performed the religious account of the last day of Jesus, played by a 22-year-old Axel Gonzalez. Those who attended were thankful for the opportunity to partake in the massive ceremony after years of the pandemic-related restrictions that even pushed the reenactment to a televised-only event like in 2020. And in a related development, People living in Petare, one of the poorest neighborhoods of the capital of Venezuela, a country going through a crippling economic crisis, came together on Friday to watch a reenactment of the Passion of Christ. Residents of the neighborhood watched as actors performed the story of Jesus' last hours as Roman soldiers whipped him along with 2 other condemned men and forced them to carry wooden crosses to the top of the hill where they were crucified. The scenes of pain and suffering seemed to unite spectators in hoping for a better future for their own country. And in Imo State, southeast Nigeria, residents are celebrating Easter amidst high cost of goods and services. Residents say that commodities usually selling at 500 naira are now sold above 1,000 naira. Some residents accused the government of the day of being insensitive to the plight of ordinary Nigerians. They therefore call on various governments to do something urgently so as to address the hike in the prices of commodities.
You can start this market with 20,000 naira, and that 20,000 naira, if you put a market of 20,000 naira in your table, you will see the outcome. If you sell finish, people will ask you, how much do you start with this business? You say it's 20,000, some will lie, some will say it's a lie. But now that 20,000 naira will be as if it's 5,000 naira. This market, if you start it with 100,000 naira now, it will be as if you are joking in the market.
Let them come to reduce everything to the low. Like fuel now is 200 naira, 250 per liter. People are suffering. Like myself here, the place that they go 15 naira before, they go that place now 150, 200. So let him come and know what to do for the country.
The price is too high. That even after we sell finish, we cannot make dime gain from it. Before we used to buy one cow, 250,000. The biggest one, 300,000. But today, the cow you can see that is big is 700, 800,000. And when we cut it on the table, no matter how you cut it, you will lose. We are all debtors. As you see, anybody that is selling meat is all debtor. So we know the government should come and see to our plight. We are suffering a lot.
With the situation of things in the country, you find out that things are very high. The prices of things are going up per day, per second. You can come to market in the morning, like for example, you buy 25 liters of oil, 35,000 naira in the morning. By the time you come in the evening to buy, they will tell you it's 40. I'm just taking that for an example. Why? Why should it be like that? No, but because we have bad governance, it is the cause of all these things. If our government will sit up, if our government will do their job, both the customers and the people that are selling, everybody will know the right thing to do. Because count back 10, 20 years back, things were not bad like this. If you can count back 10, 20 years back, 15 years back, things were not like this. At least if you enter the market with 10,000, you will come out as a rich man. But enter this market with 10,000, you are coming out with this nylon bag, this wakre bag.
Lagosians are unhappy that no work has commenced on the Eco Bridge weeks after a fire incident burnt goods worth several millions of naira and caused serious damage, forcing motorists to use the alternative routes. That's on Street Views. Let's take a listen.
We have a government in this country. You have leaders. They don't care for us. They don't care for us. They're just doing anything. The bridge affects us so much. Let the government open the bridge.
They should fix it now so that we won't have this stress when driving. We are praying that someone should please do it for us.
As you can see, it's affecting everybody. So that you can't visit everywhere in abroad now. 2 hours they've done it. So Nigeria government should move fast.
It's affecting us every day. Like what we are passing through here every day. Sometimes we spend more than 1 hour before we can go through the traffic. It's affecting us. We are begging government to just help us fix it.
Fix it quick now. Now the bridge all of us they use. If you know bridge, no us. Make it feed us, make all of us seafood to feed for our family.
We spend 2-3 hours. Like on Monday, we spend 5 hours. 5 hours on hold up. It is stopped every day. Not only one, it stops every day. It's very, very critical. It's stopping every day. Please let them know, let them help us know what they will do there. I beg. It's affecting us very well. In our buses, they keep complaining every day. You understand? One woman delivered a child last week inside the traffic last week.
And in entertainment news, the latest chapter in Hollywood star Johnny Depp's legal battle with ex-wife Amber Heard has kicked off as a U.S. defamation trial began over an op-ed written by Heard that included claims of experiencing domestic abuse. Depp, 58, has sued Heard for $50 million, saying she defamed him when she penned a 2018 opinion piece in the Washington Post about being a survivor of domestic abuse. The op-ed never mentioned Depp by name, but Depp's lawyers have said it was clear Heard was referencing him and that the piece damaged his film career and reputation. And in sports news, defending champion Stefanos Tsitsipas edged Diego Schwartzman in an epic quarter-final battle under the floodlights at the Monte Carlo Masters on Friday. In a dramatic encounter, Tsitsipas led a 5-2 lead in the second set slip before fighting from 4-0 down in the decider to bag a 6-2, 6-7, 3, 6-4 victory after 2 hours and 45 minutes. The third-seeded Greek will meet second seed Alexander Zverev for a place in the final. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Adibanke Udunui. Thank you for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Some people where you meet go show you good loving. All them go come your way. Don't let them go away. For me I hold my baby. For me I hold. For me I hold. For me I hold. For me I hold my baby. For me I hold. For me I hold. Some people in your life are there to make you smile. so they will take your pain and give you so much joy. For me I hope, for me I hope my baby. For me I hope, for me I hope, for me I hope, for me I hope my baby. For me I hope, for me I hope. Some go tell you, say now you be one and only, call you baby. Some go promise when time come them fail. When the times are good, they go call you boo, they go stand beside you, claim to love you. When the times are hard, they go just beg. Now I hold my baby, oh. Now I hold. Now I hold, now I hold, now I hold my baby so. Now I hold, now I hold. For me I hold, for me I hold my baby oh. For me I hold, for me I hold.
There's just one thing to say. Now how you dey move, Jeje, beautiful display. And if you can't see my face, you know that your love is healing. Beautifully wonderful love. Anywhere I follow, you no matter how far. If you like play me, long as say nobody know, baby, because nobody knows like it. Crazy boy, you are the air that I breathe. And if I can't see no clear, I know you are my eyeglasses. I see you when I call my shot. I don't want anyone to know. Say you believe in love, I'll tell you what you want to know. Beautifully wonderful love. Anywhere I follow, you no matter how far. If you like play me, don't I say nobody know, baby, because nobody knows. You get to town where I know they okay early in the morning, but your face is all that comforts me. Body and soul is everything. If you do like this, do like that, I will do like this, do like that. If you sing with, I'll sing right back. If you like it, we'll go all night. Beautifully wonderful love. Anywhere I follow, you no matter how far. If you like play me, long as say nobody know, baby, because nobody knows. Nobody knows.
up your chest, I swear. If you don't get money, they kill like that. When I face my fears, there's nothing I can do from here. For more in the first date, I make mistakes, I swear. For knowledge, I sacrifice my fears. And I stand right here. I say I'm better and you can compare. Yeah. Cause when I get down, but do it deep, but they're prime. You know they can't see me outside. And me, I dare walk, I dare cry. And when I get down, but do it deep, but they're prime. You know they can't see me outside. Cause me, I dare walk, I dare cry. When I get down, but do it deep, but they're prime. You know they can't see me outside. Cause me I dare walk, I dare cry. When I get down, but do it there, but they're crying. You know they can't see me outside. Cause me I dare walk, I dare cry. Oh, say, me I see the look from my cheddar. I know say nobody hold you better. But if me and you get issues, I feel you and I don't reason you, I still color for you. I know say nobody hold you better. And me I see the look from my cheddar. But if me and you get issues, I you and I don't reason you and it's simply the truth. Truth, I no lie to you. And if you like, if you dance it too. When I go out, I be animal for my cheddar. You know me, I don't play. And I no lie to do. I know if you force it upon you. But you know say nobody do, you know. If you dance it oh, if you the sweet, cause when I get down, but do it there, but you're mine. You know they can't see me outside. And me I dare walk, I dare cry. And when I get down, I do it there, but they're mine. You know they can't see me outside. Cause me I dare walk, I dare cry. When I get down, I do it there, but they're mine. You know they can't see me outside. Cause me I dare walk, I dare cry. When I get down, I do it there, but they're mine. You know they can't see me outside. Cause me I dare walk, I dare cry. Cause someone else, someone else, someone else, someone
Yes, every week we end this show optimistic that the new week will bring us loads of good tidings. Well, unfortunately, we get disappointed with the many sad and heartbreaking news all around us, especially things happening which tear the family and society apart.
The past days defy my expression. I really haven't been able to put my fingers on a lot of the horrible, horrible things that have happened in the past 1 week since we were last on this show. And the questions on the lips of so many people, including myself, is why is there so much evil in the world today? And why is so much evil in Nigeria today? Why has life become so valueless? Why do we have so much brutality, killing, maiming, and all of that around us? Why is it on the increase, John? What's happened to us as human beings?
It's a huge question mark there, because we really don't know what's happening. There's so much happening, tension. Wow. Well, I sincerely hope we get some answers as well as a turnaround for the better. Hello and welcome to another edition of Today with John and Helen, live, your wholesome family show. And happy Easter to our Christian partners, brothers and sisters. My name is John Senaya.
Every week when we sit down here, I'd like to start this show really happy with my face smiling and all of it. But unfortunately, sometimes I really can't find the smile. Well, today on the show, we remember the ultimate sacrifice that was paid many, many years ago by one who knew no sin, but paid for the sins of all Christians. And so we join Christians today, this weekend, to celebrate the death and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And we hope that there will be some difference in the lives of
all of us.
Faithfuls, yes.
Yes, of course.
And so it's a victory of good over evil. From all of us here on the show, it's Happy Easter, even when we think about all the bad things that are happening. I'm Helen Omaudele. Good morning.
And as we celebrate Easter, yes, as we celebrate Easter, we dedicate this week's show to everyone, man, woman, young and old, who has ever been abused, violated, dehumanized, and made to feel worthless by another. It's a conversation dedicated to unearthing the evil called domestic violence.
Yes, it is. So we invite you to share this experience with us. Today's show is like none other. I can tell you that. Believe me. Time to take a very quick break. When we return, we turn on the heat as we look at domestic violence. And by the way, we have a survivor in the studio to share her story. Please don't go anywhere. This is Today with John and Helen on Plus TV. We'll be right back.
Thanks for staying tuned, and a happy Easter celebration to all our Christian brothers and sisters. This is the program totally dedicated to everything that is family friendly. If you've just joined us, you are welcome.
And John, my heart is so heavy, but we should take a peep into events of the week. Anything that made you a little happy and probably thought there was some hope somewhere?
Let's talk about a little confused.
A little confused, okay? Okay.
Because I've been reading all kinds of stories about the Lekki toll plaza. Nobody knows if it's taking effect or not. We saw pictures of policemen armed policemen at the toll gate. And it's like, by this morning, I read that it's been suspended again, just to allow people to register for it.
Armed policemen at the toll gate. Is that a war zone?
Armed policemen.
Armed policemen at the toll
at
gate.
the toll gate. But we're told the governor has stepped in.
Okay.
And
so there's a postponement.
I don't know what.
But the issue of that toll gate and the NSAS thing is still mated.
It's still there.
We haven't concluded what happened and where to move to. So why is a decision being taken about on the toll gates?
Yeah, well, I think revenue is...
So when you talk about confusion, there are a lot of things confusion.
Yeah, revenue is being lost at the toll gates, and that's very important.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's very important. To who you may ask.
That's the big question.
That's the big question.
That's the big
and this week also, Ebele, Obiano woman is very much in the news. Sometime in the week, they say she was picked up for alleged one crime or the other. She's been questioned. I don't know if she's been let off. And so that is somebody who is also vying. She's trying to be, to go into the house of, she's trying to go to Senate from Anambra State. And with all of the history, with all of the stories surrounding her. And then you begin to ask yourself, what kind of society are we in at this point in time? But that's where we find ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. And unfortunately, something that gave us the reason for this show, very sad news. The Ekweme Girl, that is one song, one worship song that is awesome, and everybody got hooked onto it. Unfortunately, we do not have the true story of what happened.
We don't yet. It's really unfortunate, but I hope that this will mark a turnaround, like we said earlier.
We pray so. We pray so that somebody's life is lost and so many others are saved. I read, I think was it on Wednesday or Thursday, that a girl whose wedding was like a week ahead called off the wedding, because she saw some red flags already, and she's like, I don't want to be there.
This is getting serial now. I don't know.
That's the word, Syria.
It's getting serial.
Syria, because we're in a world where people are not punished for being wicked. We talk about it like this. The press is on things like this when they happen, and give it a week, give it 2 weeks, and it simmers down, and some other things just come and take front.
I'm sure we should unravel all of that a bit somehow when the program starts, Helen.
Okay, we will. We will. All right, so the reality of the evil of domestic violence, domestic abuse, or intimate partner violence, these are words, telling us the same thing, is the focus of today's show. Against the background of the happenings from the past few days, we shall attempt today to walk down on learning this very, very bad behavior, as well as find out what impact it has on the family and the society at large.
Yeah, and so to take us through her ordeal, experience, and victory is Ivie Edobo, mother of 3, a victim who has been in and out of court and hospital after she was brutally assaulted by her estranged husband, and with a lot to show for it.
Yes, a lot and a scar to show for it. Our guest is a strong, determined single mother. She's ready to fight for the rights of her 3 beautiful daughters and any other woman, come rain, come shine. She's currently head human resources for a telecom service company. Our guest shares her painful story, no more as a victim today, but thankfully as a survivor. Please join us to welcome Ivie Edobo to Today with John and Helen.
Yeah,
thank you for having me.
I have goosebumps, as I'm talking about you. Yes. And I'm just meeting you for the very first time. Thank you for taking time to speak with us today on this matter.
I'm very glad to be here, at least to share. Maybe one or two people will be saved
So I'll be the one to dive in first.
Okay.
So now it looks like we're in the season of domestic violence. You know, the media is awash and inundated with news of abusive husbands, wives, fathers, partners, and what have you. Some say it's always been like this. Okay, but we believe otherwise. What's your position? Has it always been like this?
My position is that it's always been like this, but we were in the age where you couldn't talk about it. It still happens now, you know, because of the backlash. A lot of people fear, you know, the backlash. But I think a lot of people are braver now. A lot of people speak about it, me being one of them. And so many people speak about it now, really. It had happened to a lot of people before, but nobody had, you know, had the guts to speak about it. But people speak about it now, and that is why you hear so much about it now.
Okay, so could you please broaden the domestic violence spectrum for us? Of course, it's not restricted.
Yes,
you know,
that was what I was about to say. Okay. Domestic violence is not restricted to the physical part, you know. It starts from the emotional part. You know, it can be emotional, it can be physical, it can be psychological, it can even be financial. Those are all part of domestic violence, because what happens with domestic violence is that somebody tries to cage you using something as a weapon. It might either be physical, obviously, or somebody belittles you 24/7. It's also domestic violence because you start to feel little of yourself. It can also be financial. The person takes away everything that will give you the power to be able to do something on your own. So financial restraint is also domestic violence, really.
Financial restraint.
Oh, yes. And that happened to me, too. Because when we started, I have always been a forerunner in my field. I started with telecoms. My ex was in the banking industry. And after being in telecoms for such a long time, I decided to veer into the banking industry. Obviously, with the experience that I had from telecoms, I wasn't going to start from the base.
Sure.
Yeah. So I started, you know, at a higher position in the bank. He was in another bank. I was in another bank. And it became an issue. Really. Wow. Because it was more or less, you're trying to compete with me. And the department I was in opened me to meeting a lot of people that were higher than him where he was. I was in procurement, and so I had to meet MDs of big companies, you know, telecoms companies, computerware companies. And so you go out, and I have people, you know, wanting to meet me. Mrs. Evia, and he's standing next to me, and he's like, and so when you get home, it's World War III.
So the point is that the spectrum is really
you can't limit it to anything. It can be anything.
Yes.
You can start on anything.
Yeah.
As my mother will tell you, now from clap they enter dance. You know, so you know it's like an event. It moves from one stage to another before it gets to, you know, it escalates to the physical part.
Yeah, okay, now, well, no prize, you know, no prize for guessing that domestic violence never occurs without warning signs, right? So what are these? What kind of warning signs, and why do many choose to ignore them?
I had a lot of warning signs. But as you say, we choose to ignore them. I think my reason was because my parents knew from the get-go that I did not want to get married.
Okay. So every reason you brought forward was like an excuse.
Every reason was like an excuse to leave. I didn't even talk about it because I felt that they would think it was an excuse. And so I dealt with it. But it started from having a conversation with somebody, and he always had to win the conversation. If he did not win the conversation, it was a problem.
So that's a warning sign?
Oh, yes. Because you can't have a conversation with somebody. You guys are on two opposing sides. You can't always win. I have my view, you have your view.
Okay.
And everybody should be able to have their view. But when somebody takes the other view and you get angry about it, then it's a problem.
So what other signs?
Then you have somebody that is very hot-tempered. Somebody decides to throw things because you are angry. Or somebody decides to keep malice with you. You stay in the same house and the person is not talking to you, he's not eating your food or whatever. It's a warning sign. It's a red flag.
But can't these things be resolved?
It can only be resolved when the other party wants it to be resolved. If he doesn't want it resolved, nothing happens. You are now on the receiving end. You always have to be the one to say, I'm sorry. And if I don't say I'm sorry, then the quarrel continues.
We even know from experience that even before you get married, now we're looking at domestic violence as it relates to couples.
Yes.
Because like you say, domestic violence is...
It's been with us forever.
Yeah, it's not even just restricted to couples.
No.
You know. So now let's look at this issue of couples and domestic violence. Even before you get married, there would have been some signs.
I think it was part of the problem I had. We did not court per se. Like I told you, I didn't want to get married. And so it was a situation where he is a cousin to a close family friend, and then they match made us. Let's say we met sometime in October, by January I was married. So I didn't have the opportunity to sit down and learn it. But by the time we got married, I started seeing it. Even if it wasn't on me initially, maybe siblings, and then, you know, a sibling steps out of line and he throws it. That is, and I'm like, okay. And then you want to believe, or you want to convince yourself that it stops with the sibling. It won't get to you now. After all, he will respect me enough not to bring it.
Because it's about a personality, it's about a character trait.
Yes.
It's about the makeup of that person. Sometime this week too, while I was pondering on this, I stumbled on a write-up that they were talking about. We have loads of boys in men, you know, in the body of men.
Yes.
Boys who haven't really been schooled on what it takes to be the real man, worthy of a husband and a father.
Really, because you don't react to everything. I feel that the more mature you get, you know, the more it becomes necessary for you to be able to sieve through certain things that you ignore and certain things that you react to.
Yeah.
But the way it is now, everybody just want to react. You react without thinking about it. That isn't what a man that is mature and ready to be married does. There are certain things that you ignore. Really.
Could we try? Let's try balance.
So it's not really about whether you courted for 5 years, 10 years before you settled in.
Some of those characters are there. They are there naturally.
I was going to try and balance this out a bit, because I mean, it looks like we're beginning to say you're not a man, a man.
No, not necessarily.
Because even women champion domestic violence.
I use myself as an
Women,
example.
most
At a
times-
point in my life, even with my children, I used to be very hot-tempered. Me as a person, with my children, I used to be very hot-tempered. After a while, I just assumed that I was taking my anger out on them. And so I had to retrace my steps. And rather than reacting, I sit down, I think about it a bit before I go and I talk to them. So I had anger issues before, especially when I just got separated, because it was as if I bottled so many things inside, and I started reacting to my children. So it can be either way. I've seen some women that are violent, throw things around, break things, and have a very sharp tongue too. So it can be either way. It's just that it's prevalent with the men, especially when you know that you are stronger than someone. You have a tendency to want to, hinge on that.
Yeah.
And the strength and the fact that you talked about the financial independence and that aspect. So that makes it more prevalent with them.
When you're totally dependent on somebody, finances becomes a weapon. Because I have to come to you for every single thing I need to do. And if you don't make it happen, then it doesn't happen. It hurts me. And that is that's indirectly trying to, you're breaking me. Because if I can't do it, and I know that I have to come and meet you to ask you to do it, and then you tell me no, it breaks me. It breaks me in bits until I become I think so little of myself.
Yeah. Self-esteem.
Especially when you're a woman, you have those little things. I want to buy a sanitary towel, I want to change my pants, I want to do, and then you have to go and walk up to a man to tell him to give you, and the person doesn't give you. It breaks you inside. You think so little of yourself.
Well, we're going to another territory altogether. Because a lot of people will ask you today, why would a woman be completely dependent on her spouse? I mean, she's not an invalid. Even if she was, there are a couple of things that the wife could do. But today we're looking at the violence issue, and you are here as a survivor. And so we're going to concentrate on your story and your experience so that we can help a lot of people who are out there with whatever questions and whatever issues they're dealing with at this point in time. So, there seems to be a code of secrecy attached to domestic violence. What are the implications of this? And why would we not speak out? Why are you dying and you can't say, I am dying, I need help?
I tell a lot of people that it's the fear of the unknown. I tell people that I took that blind leap of faith, because it's a blind leap of faith. You really don't know what is on the other side. But why a lot of people keep silent right now is because there's a backlash that comes with it. I still face that backlash. I lost a lot of friends. I lost a lot of relatives. I lost a lot of colleagues that felt that speaking about it was a taboo.
Even in the 21st century?
Oh, yes. I had family members that said, these kind of things are not things you talk about. I'm dying. Mine was even worse because I had already walked and you attacked me after I had left. But it was still a taboo because they play that leg, is he not the father of your children? And I'm saying, am I not the father of his, am I not the mother of his children? Didn't you see my children's face in my eyes when you attacked me? But it's there. A lot of people, I feel that even the lady the musician that died, it could have been anything, because you have pastors that tell you that it's not something to talk about.
Yeah.
You have people in the church that would have chastised her for talking about it. You have friends and family that will still have talked about it. When I talked, I was in hospital for a while when my leg got broken. I was in hospital for a very long time, battling to save my leg. But in that time, I got the fillers. My dad had gone to where I had filed the case and took it off and said, no, we're going to settle. You want to settle it out of court. And so I'm saying, why do you want to settle it out of court? You're settling it out of court because you want to keep a cap on it. You don't want people to hear about it.
Yeah.
And when I felt that was going to happen, I put my story out on social media, because social media is like wildfire. You can't stop it anymore. You can't even control it. And so by the time I put it out on social media, there was no stopping it anymore. It changed the dynamics of things. Because while I was in hospital, they were doing a meeting within the family to try and settle. As in, we were going to settle and then you were going to send me back so that I can die finally. But there's the backlash. Even today, I still have people that talk about it. You don't want to become, you want to be Mrs. Somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want
somebody
that
alive or dead
title of being a single parent, because that being a single parent also comes with its own dynamics.
True.
You want to get a house, they tell you to bring a man.
True. Yeah.
You want to travel with a child, you have to bring a man. You go to some functions and people are wondering,
where is the mister?
Where is the mister? And so a lot of people fear that. Some other people fear the financial part of it. When you leave, what next? Not everybody has the mind to do odd jobs and certain things to be able to cater for your children. A lot of people just want to continue with the life that they were living comfortably when they were with a man.
And especially if you have younger children.
Oh, yes.
How do you explain? How do you make them understand?
But I felt, especially because I have 3 daughters, I didn't want them to grow up with the impression that it was okay for that to happen. I had a lot of people say, you have daughters, Why are you putting their father all over the place? Why are you fighting him? Why are you, taking their father to court? Why do you want to see their father in jail? And I'm saying, the fact remains, he did something that merits him being in jail.
Okay, let me dive in at that point, because it takes, in the context of this discussion, it takes a brave woman to be able to come and do what you're doing now. Speak out. Okay, victims of domestic abuse, oftentimes don't know when to cry out. When and where do we draw the line and say, hey, enough is enough? When and where?
Look, I think everybody has, it's just like how everybody has their own threshold of pain. I drew the line when it became physical.
Okay.
I drew the line when it became physical.
How physical did you get?
Oh, I've received, slaps. I've been locked out of my room before, and then I have to go and sleep in the children's room. I've been talked down to in public.
Called you names.
Called me names, told me that I did not make him a man because he doesn't have a son. So certain people draw the line. I know a few people that won't even take the insult. Once the insults and belittling starts,
they walk.
They walk.
They cry. They move.
And they're like, no, I can't take it anymore. But I felt sometimes you sit down and you think that the person is going to change. But now I tell my children that what you can't change before you enter into the house only gets worse when you get in.
True. Because now there's a reason for you to stay there.
You can't change it. And then some people stay because of their children, because they feel that their children will be judged, will be given titles. But I have groomed my children in such a way that I tell them some things are not acceptable. They are not acceptable on any grounds.
But
Either way.
Doesn't it negate our cultural belief?
That cultural belief is what has sent a lot of people to their grave as we speak. Because a woman is not meant to be heard. I read somewhere, I think that was yesterday, and a man said that part of the reason why some women get beaten is because you reply the man. Some of the reasons why women get beaten is because you want to rub shoulder with the man. And I'm like, in this day and age, where we share bills, and I can't have a say.
Yeah.
Okay. That's traditional thing. When I got back home to my father's house, my father kept me in the room that I stayed in as a child and said that we had to be there because we weren't supposed to be seen or heard. It was as if it was a taboo for people to know that I came back home from my husband's house.
Okay, we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up from there, because right now...
A woman is not supposed to be heard. A woman is supposed to be protected, shielded from every form of violence and danger and evil. Have a Fiesta said, never be pushed into silence. Never allow yourself to be made a victim. Accept no one's definition of you as a person. Rather, define yourself. That's what's running through my mind at this point. That John has said we need to take a break. So if you just joined us, there is a lot more to hear from our guest on the show this morning and to learn about domestic violence. We'll take that quick break and we'll be back before you know it. Please don't go anywhere.
Yes, it's today with John and Helen on Plus TV Africa, and Ivie Edobo, our guest today, the domestic survivor of violence, domestic violence, is still with here in the studio. Ivie, once again, thanks for joining us on this show. Helen,
so
I'll allow you to fire now.
Okay, so let's fire. For victims of domestic abuse, analyzing and talking about it is not enough, because there's a lot of talking about it, the media, everyone. What is more important is how to stop it. So what advice or steps would you recommend to many victims of domestic violence who are either too scared or too timid to free themselves? What should they do?
Well, there are a lot of support groups now. Before, there weren't so many support groups, so people didn't know who to turn to or who to speak about it without getting judged. But now there are so many support groups for domestic violence survivors. There are support groups for single parents. There are support groups for, I know I'm part of one, a support group that has both single, married, but it's called broken but not, I've forgotten, but it just means that, you know, you made it
Is it only a female group?
It's a female group.
Not
it's a female group. We also have another group that is Movement Against Domestic Violence and all that. That has both female and male. Now, in those kind of groups, you also have legal practitioners. You also have members of the society that have a say. You also have members of the police force. Because I feel that the more you talk about it, the more people tend to understand what you are going through, and it's easier for you to get justice. My problem with the justice system, unfortunately, it doesn't work, really,
at all
in our own society. Okay. It gets to a point, and then it stops. My case, for example, my case was on in court, but my ex was able to get an American visa and leave the country while the case was
still on. Okay.
How did that happen?
So inconclusive.
Now, he has jumped bail and skipped the country. There's a bench warrant, but what next? So it comes to a halt. And these are part of the reasons why a lot of people don't even bother.
Yeah.
Because I tell a lot of people, when you leave, what next? Is the question on everybody's mind. Especially for, like, my case is even different because I'm tough. I could move with the tide. But there are some people that they don't have anything doing.
They're broken for life. Completely.
You're totally broken. And then they feel so sorry for themselves that they can't take the next step.
Yeah.
There are some people that do not have, they want to leave, but they do not have anywhere to go to.
And it makes it worse.
And
when
so
the partner knows that you have no other option.
But you see, the first port of call usually is expected to
the family.
Is the family. You know, as a support group. You know, what role do you even expect a family to play?
I think now people understand that it is okay for you to come home. There was that notion of, it's not okay for you to come home. Stay where you did. I've married you off, you know. But people need to understand, or parents need to understand, that it's okay for your child to come home.
Back home.
Come back home. Because a lot of people will not be accepted back home, and so they stay. But if you have a family that is going to welcome you back with open arms and say, I'm glad you came back alive.
So marriage is not expulsion.
And coming back home, it's really not like final. There's need for that point where you welcome and encourage that person to come out of trouble, you know, to give family members and friends the opportunity to probably address the matter and find
some
solutions.
Families still see it as something bad. People need to understand that it is not bad. I would rather have my child back home alive in one piece than to see her 6 feet under.
Was your family supportive?
My mother and my sisters all rallied around me.
Okay.
And so it was better for me.
Yeah.
I had that support from my siblings and my mother. My mother will always, Ivy, look, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
That was my question. You want to go, her question was, do you want to go back or you want to leave? And I said, I'm not going back. I'd rather be alive and watch my children grow than to die. And she said, if that is what you want, then we're behind you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So once you have that support, it becomes a bit easier. But a lot of people don't.
Because when you talk about what your mom asked, what do you want? It means that she recognizes that you are at a point where you can take a decision. But in situations where we marry off babies, very young girls, who really can't even take a decision for themselves, and they find themselves in this position, what does the society, what's in place for, like neighbors, somebody sees there's danger somewhere, can anybody speak out? Have you
I think it's now a lot of people are speaking up, obviously. I am one that will be driving on the road and I see somebody holding a baby or a child, where the danger is, and I stop. And I tell you, hey, put that child the other way. So people are a bit more exposed now. People are also able to pick the signs now because you talk about it and people start to pick here and there. I tell people that we're going to keep talking until we are heard. It might seem as if people are not hearing, but people are hearing. Okay. People pick the signs. I, for one, can pick the sign if I see somebody that is having an issue. Take, for example, there's a child in my children's school, and my daughter came back and says, Mommy, this girl behaves funny. Sometimes she's looking at some funny things on the internet that children are not supposed to be looking at. And I picked it and said, that child is being abused. She's too young in JS1 to be looking at stuff like that. And I called the owner of the school and said, I'm not telling you to make it obvious, but have a conversation with that child. And they did. And found out that her mother is not around. And she's growing up with just her dad. And her dad has all this, this person is working for me, this person is working for me. He's not around. And so it was a flag. And so it might not be something like that, but people have, you can actually pick those flags here and there. You might have a child that is melancholic in class all day.
Yeah.
You might even have an adult that is,
depression.
And then you pick it. Something is wrong somewhere.
Okay. I need you to elaborate a little bit more about this fear for stigmatization. You came out of it with all of the backlash. You're here.
Oh, yes.
So I need you to address that issue. How should we perceive? How important is it to really ponder and think about the backlash, stigmatization?
If you allow the fear of the stigmatization and the backlash get to you, you will remain static. You will never move from that point. You will still want that. A lot of people want that pity party, people feel sorry for me. But they're only going to feel sorry for you for a little bit. And then everybody goes back to their lives.
Everybody has their issues.
Oh, yes. And so for me, I say the best thing is I developed a thick skin. Till today, I'm sure even after this show, some people are going to see me. And stories are still going to come up. People are going to dig up stories of, my messy divorce and all that. But I don't allow it get to me anymore. When people see me, a lot of people know my name. And they expect to see a woman that is, still, a shadow of herself and all that. I said, no. There is life after domestic violence. And the life will continue, especially for those of us that have children. Your children see everything that you do.
Yeah.
And so if you still stay in that box, afraid of what people are going to say about you, you're never going to move on. Sure. And your abuser wins because that is what they want.
Yeah.
Even after you leave, they are still abusing you psychologically. And if at the end of the day, you go into a shell, they are still winning. Okay. Yeah. And so I tell people, get out of it. I changed a lot after what happened to me. I have extra piercings, not because of anything, but I wanted to feel good about me, not for anybody. I have a haircut, I have different hair colors. That is to make myself feel good. If you don't like it,
and you look
that's
good
your
too.
bit. Thank you. It's your bit.
Yes, yes.
I try to take away the whole emphasis on my bad leg, because I agree I have a bad leg. All well and good. But I want to feel good about myself. I want my children to feel good about me. My children decide what. Mommy, are you going to put on another one? I say, where do you want me to put it? Good. Because you need to feel good about yourself. You need to take the bull by the horn and move on.
Okay.
Yeah. But you see, okay. sorry, this is getting really. Go ahead. Now we've talked about family support, right? But there's so much. Family can do in a situation like this. There are times when you need maybe legal backing, support, and all that.
Oh, yes.
That points at government. What kind of support do you think victims of domestic violence or abuse are getting from government? Are they getting enough?
Unfortunately, okay, if it's in Lagos State, to some extent, yes. I won't hold that against them, because in my time I had an NGO backing me, and today, we are, the woman means so much to me. Project Alert, Josephine Chukuma.
I know her.
She took me by the hand, got me a lawyer, followed up with me 24/7. Ensured that my case was taken up by Lagos State, and followed up with Lagos State until the DPP was handling my case. Now, I couldn't have done that without the NGO.
Yes.
But it shouldn't be the NGO that is at the forefront. It should be the government. Sure. You put laws in place, but who follows through with it? Who ensures that it's being enforced? Yeah. Because when you go to the police, the first thing they tell you is husband-wife matter. And once that comes into it, it's gone. Nothing happens.
Okay.
The government needs to do a bit more. If they know that it's not something that they can do at the forefront, then they should set up or encourage the NGOs, empower them with the funding. Because I got a lawyer through the NGO, not through the government. It was my lawyer that followed up with the government, Lagos State, for the DPP to now be involved. If I didn't have that lawyer, nothing would have happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
They were the ones that upped my case from a case of just wounding to grievous bodily harm. It was the pressure from the NGO and the public, not the government. The government came after, yes, especially Lagos State. They encourage you with funding, a bit of funding to help you. They helped me with some of my bills and got me to be able to do physio and all that with the General Hospital. I think it's last suit or so in Ikeja.
Yeah.
So they do that, and they give you a little something. But it doesn't end with just the physical pain. The physical pain is just a bit of it. The psychological one.
Yeah, psychological.
I don't sleep. My children call me chief security because I suffer a PTSD. I sleep, and when I fall into a deep sleep, I have nightmares. So I wake up, and so I'm awake 24/7. more or less. For my children, I didn't want them to have that wrong impression. And so they had to go for counseling. Especially my last shrinks. Then she sees a man and she pulls back. And so everybody had to go for counseling. My second daughter is as tough as I am. And so she started having like a hatred. You know, when you have children that have those T-shirts, I love Daddy, and my daughter shredded all, including the ones that her sisters had. She said, "Wait, Daddy, what's that?" You mentioned Daddy in the house, and she said, "Who is that? I don't want to hear that word." And so I knew that there was a problem. So sometimes you feel that it's just the two adults involved, but it affects the children themselves. I didn't even know my first daughter, you know, had seen so much. I had to send her to, you know, her cousins and all that, and she needed me to get a book for her. And I opened her bag and I brought out a book, and I saw on the book my life. And so I opened it and I looked at it and I started shedding tears because she had seen everything from the ones I tried to hide.
And she had written them?
Oh, yes. From the ones I tried to code, the ones I tried, it was all there. And if you see my first daughter now, she's quiet. It's as if she processed it first. She processed it first. I want to process it well before I say something.
Yeah.
And so you need that help. You know, you can never overemphasize that the help that victims need. You can't overemphasize the help that survivors need. Yeah. There has to be a total rearrangement of the mindset of people, both the police, the government, even neighbors themselves.
I need to ask the question at this point, because when we're talking about the abuser and the victim, is there anybody really, male, female, that is born to abuse the other person? And if there isn't, for the person who is being abused, the victim, it gets to a point where you unfortunately begin to think that you deserve what you're getting.
Oh, yes. Yes. I have people that have told me when I was speaking of that, if you seem to, because when we were tackling this issue at the beginning, I had so much anger in me that I kept on reacting to everything he says. I react. And then people told me, don't you think that is this your sharp mouth that is making him to beat you? Okay. And I'm saying, I grew up in a house where my father doesn't touch a girl. Yeah. So why would he be the one to hit me? What happened to you talking to me?
Okay. Wow. Talking to me, that is the key word that we're taking at this point in time. Because everything about life is about communication. Exactly. Identifying that you're dealing with another human being who's got 100% right of her opinion or his opinion, just like you do. And there must be a point where we table the issues, you know, and arrive at a conclusion. And when that is unable to be achieved, then whether domestic violence or not, everything else is a challenge, is a problem.
I think you get to a point
where... A final word from you, please.
You get to a point where, rather than reacting, walk away.
Okay.
I say that. Rather than getting to the point where you have to strike another person, walk away. What happened to divorce? I'm not doing it again. I can't take it anymore. You go, and I'll go.
Well, I'm speechless, Helen. I'm just speechless. Thank you for...
This is a true life story. She's here. She walked into the studio with her, you know, the beautiful cane. Beautiful cane. I don't know why I'm using that word, but it says a lot about who you have become today. Oh, yeah. And you are a lot of help to so many women, men. That's why at the point I asked, the group you belong to, are they men? Because there are also men who have been victimized. So this is a true story, and true stories leave us with a lot of hope and lessons, you know, that we learn for life. It opens the door, you know, for those who are trapped, and they help them to find answers and courage, you know, to break that circle of silence and to choose life over death. Thank you once again. Thank you so much. We wish you the very best. We wish you the very best. We're so proud of you, and you're beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to talk about the hairstyles, but we'll save that for another day. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So, thank you, Ivy. And we want to wish you success and the strength, to go all the way. Moving on, it's time to join the gym instructor for some shake-up, like we always do.
And immediately after that, Pharaoh Shonuga joins the show with her guest for an equally engaging conversation. This time, they're going to be talking about couples, joint bank account, and other sore area. Right now, it's over to the gym instructor. Let's go.
And welcome to the fitness section of today's show. Today we are working with weights. Now, if you don't have any weights at home, that is fine. Just look for a big bottle of water or anything you can hold firmly. That would work. As always, my name is Dolly Phillips and I'm working with Elvis in the house. All right, so our very first workout is going to be a lift, up and down. That's it. Up and down. And your time starts now. Let's go. We're going up, take it down. Woo. Up and down. Up and down. Very good. Come on, you're doing so well. Awesome. Now, remember to push your bum away from your knees. So push your bum back so you protect your knees. Come on, we have 3 seconds more. One more. Beat the time. Down. Yes. And we're done. Next one, we're going to do a reverse lunge. We're stepping back, then we'll push it up and down. Are we ready? Let's go. Back. Up and down. Now, make sure you're balanced. We're alternating those legs and together. Step back. Up and down. Step back. Now, don't worry too much about going down too low. Just do what you can. Very good. Now, we're going for a snatch. Everybody, this position. We take it down, down, and up. Beautiful. Down, and up. Now, my hand is out here for extra balance. All right? Yes. Now, remember, we're using our left hand now. So when we're doing it all over again, you're going to use which hand? The right hand. Absolutely. Good. One more. Beat the time. Yes. Awesome. Now, we're going to stay in a sumo squat position. Turn your feet out, and we're sending the weights to the left. Let's go. Twist. Now, this looks quite easy, but you're really working those abs. Now, if you feel any pain in your knees, open your legs wider. That's all you need to do. Make sure your knees are behind your toes. All right? This is a hard one, but we can do it. We're going to turn to the side, get down to the floor, renegades. I will do the easy version, and Elvis will do the harder version. Keep your knees down, pull those weights up. Very good. Take your time. Awesome. Now, the tendency is to stay here. Don't stay here. Push your pelvis down to the floor and work. And we're done. Round 2. Again. We're sending it up and down. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Up, all the way down. Good. Lovely. 5 more seconds. Up. 3, 2, 1, and time. Good job. Reverse lunge. Remember, we're stepping back. Left leg is going back, and time starts now. Let's go. Push up and down. Elvis, wait for me. And up. That's it. Again. And up. That's it. Step back and up. Good job. This is working those legs, working your glutes, and with the weights in your hands, is working your arms and your back. You see, this is a full body workout. One more, up and time. Good job. Weighting your right hand now, remember. We're doing those snatches, yes? Let's go down and up, good. Remember, my hand out here is just for extra balance, just to make sure my body is aligned. 3 more, 2 and 1, time. Lovely. Sumo squat position. Remember, knees behind the toes. We're rotating. Left side first, let's go. Woo. We're working those abs here. Come on, move. There we go. Don't slouch. Don't look left or right. Keep your focus forward. Keep it forward. That's it. So you don't get dizzy. 5 seconds left. Very good. Almost there. 3, 2, 1, time. Renegades. Let's get down. Knee push-up position for me. Full push-up position for Elvis. And lift. 1. Come on. Push. Don't rush this one. Your body should be streamlined. Only your arms working. Squeeze those abs tight. Good. Pull it up to about the armpits. Come on. That's it. We're working here. One more. And time. Awesome. All right. Quick stretch. We can put the weights down now. In and out and in and out. 2 more, in and out. 1 more and out. Legs together, send those hands down to the floor. Touch your toes, drop your head. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bend your knees, roll up slowly. Very good, hands on your hips. Let's stretch to the left side. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Other side. Again, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's look side to side. Rotate, come on. We've worked hard. We need to release those hips, the waist. 1 more, and relax. All right, I hope you enjoyed today's workout, and we hope to see you soon. Bye-bye for now.
Today we're looking at couples joint accounts because, in my opinion, everything starts from the nuclear family. Man and woman are the starting points of everything. So surely having a joint account shouldn't be a problem, or should it? What I want to know is, does having a joint account with your spouse or partner make sense? Let's have our guest, Omi Oshikoya, answer this for us. Some of you may remember Omi from last Saturday when she simplified personal budgeting for us. She's the financial expert who wears many finance-centered hats. Today, she's wearing the hat of a woman who has been married for 15 years and experienced firsthand how personal fears of financial insecurity can ruin a marriage. She's also the best-selling author of The Richer Woman, where she tells her story of marital challenges in its early years. The Richer Woman community for women who are on the journey to wealth is a product of her book. Omi and her husband, John Oshikoya, mentor young people and couples through their Basis for Marriage seminars. Welcome again, Omi.
Yay.
It's lovely to have you back again. So, first things first.
Happy Valentine's.
Happy Valentine's. I'm wearing red. Is there anything wrong with having a joint bank account?
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I think it's the motive. Why are you having it? Is it because it just sounds right, or is it actually effective for you? Is it something that everybody should have in their marriage, or is it something that is unique to a particular couple. So I think it's more than just, oh, you should have a joint account because you want to be married. You actually may not even have a joint account, but you're actually more united, are more transparent than people that actually have joint accounts but then do other things at the end. And sometimes having a joint account could actually even cause problems in the marriage. As for some that don't have joint accounts, they may actually be better off. So it's relative, it's not subjective.
Okay, so before you explain what you mean by it's relative, is it something that applies to couples who are not married, or is it just for Mr. and Mrs. X?
If you're not married, I think with marriage kind of, I don't know how to put it, but there's some kind of security. So if you're not married and then you have a joint account, if you break up, you can break up with someone today, but if you're married to someone, you can break up with them, but there's still a bit of a process, right? So when you are not married and you have a joint account, I think you may be putting yourself more at risk if you do break up and then you're now trying to sort out all sorts of financial things. So I actually would not recommend it because of just the process of the fact that there's no security in the relationship.
What if the couple says, oh, we're engaged to be married?
Okay, fair enough. Same thing, you're still engaged, people still break up before, some people break up the day before. So I would say when you're married, I mean, it's good to have those kind of conversations and say, okay, this is what we desire to do when we get married. If you're engaged and you're 100% sure, I don't know if anybody's really 100% sure, then you can consider. But I think it's about why do you want to have a joint account in the first place? Let's talk, because you can still achieve the same goal without actually having it.
Right.
And you can have a joint account for a specific purpose, but still maintain your separate account.
Exactly. So the question initially was, does it make sense? And I would like you to break that down. You've touched on it, but I'd like you to please break it down.
Okay. So I would use myself as an example. Or maybe not even use myself as, let's even be abstract and generic for now. So a couple say, or rather, you're married, you should have a joint account because you're one. But there are many things to consider. Personality. What's your money personality? What if you're a spender, right? And someone is more frugal? You're going to clash.
Yeah.
And even if you feel like you're a spender in one aspect and someone's more frugal, it may just be in terms of your preferences. So a man may prefer to buy gadgets, a woman may prefer to buy fragrance and household furniture, right? So it really depends. So in my situation, and also independence as well.
How so?
So you have a joint account, but there's sometimes you just want to go and have lunch, right? And you really don't want the situation where, especially with the economy, things that, how things are in Nigeria, and then someone's checking and saying, you just had lunch, that kind of thing. You're not supposed to have spent this, So personally, what I would recommend, or what works for me, is you can decide that what's the purpose, yeah? So you can have a utility joint account. So you live together, right? As a married couple, you live together and you decide that, we're going to have this account for bills, right? So all the household bills, you can even put school fees or whatever in there. And so you both agree to say, okay, if you're sharing responsibilities, so I bring in 50% of the total bills, I bring in 20% or whatever, and then you put it in that account.
Yeah.
So that account is for that purpose.
Yep.
That way, you're at liberty to still do the things you would like to do. Right? So there are times that I am driving and, I just want to indulge. I just want to go to the spa. I just want to, do something different. And I don't have to ask my husband's permission because I'm not, but however, if it was in that utility account, then you're taking for something that is not for the purpose, then you owe it to the person, your partner, you're accountable to say, okay, I would like to do that. For me, I think that kind of works out.
But doesn't that mean that you are lacking discipline? Because if you've opened a utility account, self-care is not utility.
Exactly. So, but if it wasn't a function of the fact that you already had a separate account, then you will call it lack of discipline. It may not be a lack of discipline that you want to go to the spa today. It may just be you just want to treat yourself. You've had
But you take it from your own account.
So you take it from your own account. That's what I'm saying. But if you didn't have that separate account and you all just had a joint account for every and anything, then those kind of things, someone will say it's indiscipline. When it's not indiscipline, I just want to.
That's why, for me personally, I don't think joint account makes sense.
I think, again, it just goes for the purpose. So if you're saying you want to have, I mean, again, it doesn't have to work. So I know a couple that they were both earning really good money. She was very successful, he's very successful as well. And what they decided to do was he would focus on the, monthly household, and her salary was more for like when they want to go on really nice summer holidays or make some investments. So they understood, they came to an agreement, they were unified, they were joint, so they may not have necessarily had a joint account. Because I feel like this whole joint account thing can actually cause more problems than solutions if you don't understand it. I think the first thing is not saying you want to have a joint account, but being unified, agreeing in your, disseminating your financial habits, your goals. Then you can decide, okay, are we going to have a full-on joint account? Because, for instance, if there's a woman that's not working and your husband is working and you have a joint account, right? So you may feel like it gives you more security. But what if you still have your own account and it gives you an allowance? Or on the flip side, a lot of women are earning more than their husbands now, right? So if, on the same flip side as well, if they had a joint account, I just feel like it can cause unnecessary problems and stress. And life generally already has its own challenges. You don't need that. Do you understand? So I would say come together, determine, why you can have several joint accounts, but I think as an individual, as someone that's an adult, you should have your own. Have your own, something that that, and you can even decide what your own, you can come together and say, out of our monthly salary, we're going to have 100,000 naira each for our own thing, right? So you're still joint, but then I think there's that independence that's needed even in a marriage.
Yeah, that's you've actually touched on my next question, which was, how does this impact the individual and the joint couple? Yeah, in terms of their financial strength, stability, and independence. And that's what you're talking about now.
Because you're one, but at the same time, you're also. So you're two whole people that come together.
Two whole people with different sets of values, different beliefs, different upbringing, different outlook on life, different everything.
Yeah, so you're coming together, and the fact that you even, and it's a good thing. So I don't want to make it seem like having a joint account is a bad thing. It's a good thing because it shows, okay, you realize that you're one. So I think that even before you go to the account part of it, you need to just be of the same mindset that you're one. So even if we may not have the same physical joint account, my money is our money, your money is our money in a relationship.
With a lot of relationships, the man's money is our money, the woman's money is her money.
That's what we're told, that's what we're taught. But at the end of the day, right, you should be able to feel that, my money is our money, right? It doesn't matter where the money comes from. It shouldn't really matter because it's our money. And sometimes things are
if you're aligned in the other areas of your relationship.
That's the most important. So are you actually aligned? It's not, the joint account is just like a symptom, or I don't know how to describe what I'm trying to say, but it's not the core thing. The core thing is the relationship. Are you aligned in your beliefs? Are you one, right? So that way you won't even worry if you don't have a joint account, because you know that you can take your husband's ATM card if you want it. Do you understand? You can do whatever so it's about understanding that you are one together, and then deciding, okay, in terms of how we're going to spend, how does it work for me? So find out what works for you. If a joint account works, because somebody may be, excessive, maybe a spender, and may need that control because the woman or the man may need to, okay, you know what, let me help you, so we can manage our money, almost like having a coach kind of thing. Then you can have that joint account, right? But I just feel like people just say, oh, you must have, and if you don't have, you're not doing well in your marriage. No.
But there's some marriages where it's actually sometimes the husband who insists on having a joint account.
Okay.
And I hear sometimes that it's even a cultural thing, that the husband is like, give me your money that you are earning.
Oh.
So in that case, those are things that make me think,
that's not equality there. If it's about, so what about you give me your money? Do you understand? I think so. For someone like my husband and I, so like I said, we don't have a joint account. My husband has been saying it consistently. He's actually been saying that, oh, he wants to open an account or make me. Actually, I think what's even most important is making sure that your spouse is your next of kin. I think that's more important than even having a joint account, because life happens. So let me give you an example. I remember a friend of mine, her dad passed. Her parents are older. And the mom, it was like trying to scramble to quickly get money from the accounts before the banks would know.
No way.
Because once the banks know that the person has died,
they close the account.
Yeah, so you have to go through, I think it's probate, before you can get funding. So almost another thing that I heard about
and that wouldn't have happened if they had a joint account.
So that won't have happened, because then she can just go and, you understand, get the cash, whatever. The same thing there was another couple where he was ill. I think he went in a coma. And they needed money to pay for treatments, and he was the sole provider, and he nobody knew. He was hiding some of the accounts. They didn't know where he had the accounts. Some of maybe they didn't have the pins. Do you understand? So who's wise at the end of the day? The person shuts himself in the foot. So that's why I say it's about transparency. So transparency. I know my husband's pins. He knows my pins. Right? I feel like we're one, so I don't even feel the need to monitor him. I know that he's not a spendthrift. I know that he's reasonable. I know that he puts the family first, right? So even if he indulges, I don't even care, because I feel like you deserve it. You deserve to. So sometimes I may even just tease him. I like you're just, just teasing, but you're really looking, you've really gone to, spend kind of thing. Just teasing, and like, you see him like, no, but Omi, I'm just teasing you. I'm just teasing you. You know what I mean? But we understand each other, and we realize that we are one first, and it's not determinant on whether we have a joint account or not.
Wow. So more importantly than the joint account, more importantly than joint account first is transparency and understanding that you're one.
Yes.
But you've now even touched on something that's even a completely different topic, next of kin. So I'm going to double back again, because I still don't have clarity. Does it make sense or does it not make sense to have a joint account? In 3 simple.
If it works for your marriage, then do it.
So 1, if it works for your marriage, do it.
Yes. Most importantly, are you one beyond the joint account? And how you should also have a mechanism for how do you solve conflicts that may arise from that joint account.
Conflict resolution.
Yes.
But if you're one, should there be conflict?
There shouldn't, but life happens, right? So the economy now, everything is expensive. People are on edge. People lose income. What if someone loses their job and another person is the one then funding, all the time, and there are issues within the marriage, you're just irritated. How would you solve that? Would you take it personally? Oh, but I'm the one that's bringing the money now. Why are you now, start getting angry at the person? So it's a marital thing. How secure is your marriage? Is the foundation of your marriage secure enough? I feel like that's what's important, so that whatever arises from having the joint account, you will solve it, right? I think I don't know if it's the same thing, but almost the same thing as whether I should get a prenup or not.
Very true, actually. It's a very, very similar comparison. Is your foundation solid?
Is your marriage solid?
Is your marriage solid?
If your marriage is solid, the joint account will work for you. And if it's solid, even if you don't have a joint account, you would survive. You'd work. You will thrive.
So it depends on the solidity. It depends on the solidity of your marriage to even determine whether it makes sense or it doesn't make sense. But you've also talked about the fact that you can have a joint account and you can have personal accounts.
Yes, so you can have a joint account. So that's what I would recommend to my clients. I would say have a joint account that you can call it a purpose account. Have a joint account for a purpose. So education account, or a utility account, investment account, have an account for a purpose. Before you, even if you're saving, whatever you're doing, you should have a goal in mind. Why are you saving? You're not just saving. Have an emergency account, have something for leisure, whatever it is. But
so essentially just be deliberate about it.
Yes, but I think everybody should just have their own account.
You can have your joint account, but you should also have your own account.
Yes. And
but if you don't have a joint account,
that's an account that you're hiding. Not that you're hiding.
That's
transparent.
Another thing again.
Transparency.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Omi. Again, it's been awesome. It's been amazing. And I've definitely learned a thing or two. And I hope everybody has as well. So thank you so much for coming back.
Thank you.
Can't wait to have you again and again and again. I'll be there. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for a few more minutes as we round up the show.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel and welcome to Tech Talk on Today with John and Ellen. This aspect of the show is where we give you tips of what you can do on the online space to kind of like advertise your business or build a stronger online presence for your business. Now, many business owners have websites. You listening to me now might have a website for your business already, which is fantastic. Like, it's a good thing to have a website, right? But one thing that many business owners don't know about is search engine optimization, SEO. And like, if you have not heard of SEO before, it's fine. Possibly because maybe the person that developed your website for you didn't tell you about it. Now, as a content manager myself, I understand the pressure a lot of developers, content developers, website developers are under to just finish a job and hand it over and they forget about it, which is what most people do anyway when they want to build a site. Once they just collect the brief, they build the site and hand it over to you. They don't mention anything about SEO. But you see, without SEO, it's as good as you not even having a website, because that website will not rank on Google. Now, what is SEO? SEO simply means search engine optimization. It is a step-by-step process of optimizing a website to rank on Google, for Google to recognize that website and be able to rank it when someone searches for something relating to what that website is all about. Say, for example, you have a private school, for instance, and your private school has a website, right? Good. So someone should be able to search for something relating to child education, something relating to child care, and your website should come up in that search, even though they didn't exactly search for the name of your school, right? That simply means that your website is search engine optimized. But many web developers don't do that. Some don't even know it. Some don't know how to do it. Some agencies just know how to build websites, and that's all. You see, but one of the things you can do to improve your sales online is to have a website that is search engine optimized, because it's not only on social media that people do business. People do business on Google as well. People locate businesses on Google as well. Google is the biggest search engine in the world, right? So before people make purchases, before people buy stuff, people use Google to get most of their information. And if you have a website that is optimized to rank on Google, to appear when people search for related words, related phrases, to your business, you are going to most likely make more sales through your website, because when somebody clicks on your website and they get good information, they might want to check out other aspects of your website, which is like generating a lead. Having a search engine optimized website can help you generate leads, and those leads can be converted into sales later. So that is one of the usefulness of having a website that is search engine optimized. And search engine optimization is not a one-time thing. It's an ongoing process. You don't stop optimizing your website. It's not something that you just do once and then forget about it. So it's an ongoing process, and you need a professional to help you handle that if you really are serious about having an active online presence for your business. So that is my own tip for today. See you same time next week on Tech Talk on Today with John and Helen.
All right, so it's the Easter weekend show. It's Today with John and Helen on Plus TV Africa. We have looked at so many things today on the program that affects the family. Like we always say, the essence for creating this show is to give the family a sense of belonging, to ensure that we bring back the values that we used to know are associated with the family, and help solve some of the problems, talking about them. They say a problem that is shared and talked about is like almost 100 or 50%.
Half solved.
Yeah, half solved. So we hope that the conversation with our guest this morning or this on the show today, the survivor, has been able to open, some doors for you. You've been able to pick one or two things to do, and probably for someone who needs to take a decision for life, that we've been able to help you do that. John,
I see your passion, so much passion about this topic.
I am. It's not just that.
It's understood.
I just hate man's inhumanity, against any other man, no matter in whatever form.
That's right.
I can't stand it.
So I can take my nugget.
Please do.
Okay. So my nugget today is you want to look professional and authoritative, but mostly you want to be yourself. You want to look professional and authoritative, but mostly you want to be yourself. And that's the authentic you. Now, the reason for this is that, most times we want to present ourselves on stage as being professional, authoritative. Maybe we acquire some kind of style from some other speakers that we have seen. But mostly, I think the most important thing, rather, is that you should be yourself, okay? Because any attempt to mimic
someone
else, most times will make a mess of, the authentic you. So look for the authentic you, your style, your poise, your flavor, right? And you can still be professional and authoritative. So that's the nugget for today.
Okay.
Find the authentic you. Be real.
Find you.
Be you.
Be real. Be you.
Yes.
Because if you're trying to be anybody else, you're only a copy.
You're only a copy.
You're only a copy, and nobody wants to be a copy.
Yeah. Great.
Okay, so we're winding down the show for today. Like I said, today has been it for me. I looked forward to this show, and I really have gained a lot from it. The red flags, John asked her, please, when you begin to see those red flags. And a lot of people now are creating their awareness on how to break the circle. And the circle starts with an intention. Your abuser threatens violence. Then your abuser strikes, gets into the action. And then your abuser apologizes, and says he or she will never do it again, and comes with gifts and all of that. And then the circle continues. We must find a way to break it. On that note, I'm yours truly, Helen Ongma Odeleye, and I hope that today's program has had an impact on you. That's the essence. That's why we're here. See you again, same time next week. Meanwhile, enjoy your weekend. And happy Easter once again to all our Christian faithfuls out there. Thank you for watching. John.
See you again.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
My name is Demola Bakri. To the new entrants to my world, I am Honorable Justice Demola Bakri, a prince from the Jibosho ruling house of the Bagura nation. I was born in Ibadan, then the capital of Old Western State, now the capital of Oyo State. Those were lovely days of peace and tranquility. I attended UMC demonstration school at Okeado, Ibadan. And I remember after school work with my sister and other students from school compound through Imale Falafia College Crescent area. Then, we all never knew what life had in stock for us. It was a life of K, Sera. We had fun, just sleeping and waking up for school the next day. I remember the midday meal, sometimes yam, porridge, and vegetables. I remember fan milk. The dream was to be an electronic engineer, to understand how a voice from the box could reach so many homes. I remember rediffusion, also my neighbor's television in the early 70s, and my father's struggle to buy one. I remember later my mother's struggle to buy a radio cassette player for the family. It was a compensation for our hard work at cleaning the compound. I remember the creation of states in 1976 and our usual weekend trips from Abeokuta to Ibadan. I remember the Ibadan-Abeokuta road. and the Odeda sharp bend with inscription, "Sharp bend ahead, many have gone, be careful." It was indeed an era to behold. I remember the good old days of common entrance into secondary schools and the right to choose based on your ability when it was only 5 kobo per term as allowances. Today, in reflection, I wonder why we cannot have a brighter future. Yes, our children deserve more. Let each of us rise to contribute our quota to see to a bright and wonderful future for Nigeria. We still have an opportunity to print our foot boldly on the positive sides of sands of time. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow. Not just the good old days. Let's change the narrative. I join Shemore in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed